man. I'm probably over-caffeinated. Alright. Hello everyone and welcome to Flannel Legacies. This podcast is brought to you by me, CyberJ112, and Garwen Kazul. You can find both of us on Twitch by the exact usernames I just said, and you can also find a YouTube channel called Garwen Kazul on YouTube right now. He streams a bunch of crap, so do I. It doesn't matter what we do. We are not only two people today. Instead, we have another person with us. Accounting for games. Or is it accounting for gaming?
No, it's accounting for games, but you can shorten it for AFG. Hello everyone. If you don't know me, and you probably won't because I play obscure World War II games from a decade ago, I have a YouTube channel. You can come along and kind of watch some of my content. But I am joining these fine gentlemen today for a nice conversation, I think, around a variety of different topics. But it'll be interesting, you know? It'd be nice to do a podcast again. I haven't done one for a while, so nice to be invited along, and I'm looking forward to it.
Also, I wouldn't worry about them not knowing you. After all, I play obscure medieval games from 2 decades ago.
Well, that's how I first started. I used to play like Medieval 2 and Lord of the Rings mods and like DAC and stuff. That's how I got to meet everyone. But
yeah, I play a bunch of strange games, and I have a very inconsistent schedule when it comes to streaming because my life is very inconsistent at the moment. The only thing that's consistent is classes, and that's it.
Hey,
gotta love it.
God, they suck right
the
now.
only part of life that is consistent is inconsistency.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, Socrates, let's not go into
It's a bit too
philosophy
highbrow. Don't worry, I've got a martini.
No,
It'll drop down.
I'm sorry,
don't. This year.
No, don't you dare try and like say, oh, this is like Rick and Morty. Like, there's highbrow humor and lowbrow. No, dude. Like, I'm sorry, it's just fucking toilet humor. Like, come on.
You can't see this right now, but I'm eating my mic to add to the enjoyment level. Right, there you go.
All right. Okay, so
there's a reason I have a
everyone...
throatable mic.
Do you spend a lot of time doing that, or is it like just a weekend thing?
Nah, it's just a stream thing.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna
I always
turn out
wonder what the
exactly
sound
like
of that
last
gagging
episode.
noise is I can hear on your streams, and now I know what it is.
So yeah, this is gonna turn out exactly like last episode. We have a topic that I've been wanting
Let's
to
go.
talk about
Let's
for
go.
weeks.
Hit it.
So just starting out, I do want everyone to understand we have an Icelandic man, a British man, and an American man. Two of these people know nothing about what we're talking about. They might have heard about it on the news and seen some of the stuff, but they don't understand about the American military and everything that is going on. So this is going to be really funny hearing a bunch of people, not from America's perspective of American military infrastructure.
Do you mind me cutting in as well? Iceland doesn't have a formal military, right?
Nope.
Owen?
We have a police force, we have a SWAT team, we have a Coast Guard, and we have a missile system.
And the ironic thing
missile
is, they actually
defense
beat
system.
Britain at a fish war like 40
Yes.
or 50 years ago.
3 fish wars.
3,
And
yes.
God,
yes.
Yeah,
Damn.
and we are also the reason why the international standard for fishing rights is 250 miles or kilometers. Don't know which one it was.
So anyway, back to American military tactics and organization.
Well, not really tactics. Today we're talking about something that happened weeks ago. Over a month ago, actually.
Okay.
You may have heard, but America lost a plane. Very American thing to do, right? We have the highest defense budget. Defense budget meaning we pour $7 billion into our military.
Yeah.
Into military spending. That's...
I mean, hey, the more stuff you have, the more likely you are to lose some of it.
As a percentage of your country's gross domestic product, what is that of like your total, kind of country spending amount? Do you know what percentage that is?
Okay, you're using GDP. You're talking percentages. I'm a fucking electrician,
Oh, okay.
man.
Let me. I'm a nerd. Bear with me.
I'm not an accountant. I don't know these.
See, this is what happens when you get accountants on podcasts.
They start talking numbers and shit.
Right, anyway.
man.
Right. Okay, cool. Anyway, sorry, please continue while I look up this useless information.
So the whole thing is that each plane is roughly, I think it's $80 million per plane. Wait, hold on. That's not right. I think is it 80 billion or 80 million?
So just as a I think 80 million sounds like the more.
Yeah, I
Then
mean,
80
if it was
billion.
80 billion per plane, I don't think you'd be spending only 7 billion on your defense budget.
Yeah, that doesn't stack. But your military expenditure as a percentage of your entire country's kind of revenue rate, it's the easiest way I can explain it, is about 3.5%, which is quite high for, like, Britain's, I think, by comparison, is like 2%. So
Yes, and Iceland's is 0.1.
No,
Or just
so
0.
I am completely wrong. It is 81 million to 156 million dollars.
wow.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we also have another fighter jet, which is currently in the works. And over the lifetime of the project, it's supposedly going to cost $1.7 trillion. That's trillion with a T.
Yeah, development processes, year-long expenditures,
God.
salaries, resources that get prototypes that go bye-bye.
Is this the
God
is this
bless
the
my country.
F-42 or 35 or something?
F-35. F-35.
F-35, yeah.
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 It's one of the latest projects by Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is essentially a company that makes things that go burr in the sky.
Yes.
They go whir in the sky. You also, just so you know, some people may know about the A-10 Warthog, correct?
Yeah, that's the one with the chain gun
know-
on the front.
Yes. Where they cannot fire it for longer than 8-second intervals. Otherwise, it will not generate enough thrust to stay aloft. The gun has so much recoil that it actually slows down the plane in midair.
Oh, that's
Quite-
beautiful.
It's quite an old design, isn't it,
Which
as
is-
well? It's a, what, 1970s or 80s design? plane, I
It's
think?
1970s, I
Yeah.
believe. And just so you know, the gun is actually made by General Electrics, GE, the company that made a washing machine.
Yeah, they know how to spin.
They made washers and dryers.
Yeah.
It's very American. You know,
Hey,
like-
Yeah.
Washers and dryers, they spin. The minigun spins.
Yeah, they also made several, I believe several motors for current attack helicopters that we have these days in our military. So yeah, Lockheed Martin, however, is one of, if not the most well-known military contractors that makes planes and everything else. Really, if you want to know a lot about them, find someone who works there like I did and have a bunch of chats with them, because they're lovely people. And anytime you talk about their work, the words you're going to hear more often than not is, I cannot talk about that under my contract.
They are the.
And those are the words.
They're the BAE of America, right? Like, so the British have got the BAE. You guys have got Lockheed and others, to be honest. But
Well,
yeah,
kind of. So they're contractors. They're not really. Texas Instruments is a calculator company. Some of you may have heard of the TI calculators.
I have. They're great.
Yeah, they're amazing. TI created a calculated missile, like laser guided missile launcher,
Okay.
which I believe it's called the Javelin.
Yes.
It can lock onto a target and predict a course all within fractions of a second and fire all within fractions of a second.
I know what that is because I've
Incredible.
played Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, it was actually created by TI, Texas Instruments, which is a calculator company.
I mean, the screen does
It's
look a bit like a calculator.
Yeah, here's the fun part. I actually know exactly where it was produced and created, because it is on Highway 635 here in Dallas.
Oh, I quite like that.
Which is really cool. But the F-35 Raptor was made by Lockheed Martin. It is one of the latest, I say the latest. It is one of, if not the newest and most innovative fighter jet we've had in a long time. It is highly advanced in the way that it's a stealth fighter without actually being a stealth fighter. Some of you... I'm about to show my knowledge on this subject. So, some of you may know about the F-15 Eagle. The F-15 Eagle is literally one of the planes that was in Iraq, flew underneath a Iraqi MiG fighter, looked at its undercarriage, at its weaponry, its ordnance, went up on its side, and then said, "You should go home now." They called over to the plane and radioed over saying, "You should go home now," because they were not able to be picked up on radar, and they were able to fly by undetected underneath the enemy fighter.
Okay.
So pretty cool. I might be wrong on the plane that it was. Hold on.
No. I'm going to assume that
Yes,
you're correct.
F-15 Eagle. No, it's the F-15 Eagle. Yeah. Yeah, F-15 Eagle. Nowadays, there is a new one coming out called the F-15EX, which is going to be the Eagle X. It's going to be pretty much a recreation of it, but essentially swap in all the stuff that was made back in the 90s and put it into the current day technology of the 20s. So we're going to have some fun with that. But the F-35 Raptor is a plane that, like I said, it is the most advanced in the American arsenal. On some test flights, I say test flights, but really it was just routine training for these guys. The pilot was ejected from the plane after a detected malfunction in the plane itself. The plane then continued to fly. It didn't self-destruct, it didn't kill itself, it just kept flying in a straight line.
Is that intentional?
It's according to the United States military and Lockheed Martin, they released a press statement about 48 hours later saying it's a feature.
Just like Todd Howard.
Which...
So basically, the plane looked at the pilot, saw there was a bug, and went, "Nope, that's a weakness. Eject it. I'm gonna do this myself."
Yeah, pretty much. Like, no, that is what a lot of people are thinking, is that the pilot's interface, as in the pilot's God, this is what happens when I have too much caffeine. I can't think right. Inputs into the controls, for some reason they weren't being fast enough or precise enough for the computer, so it read it as a malfunction, and that's the theory. Is that it read the human
Error. Or slowness.
Human error.
The human element.
As a malfunction. And so it ejected the pilot to prevent the pilot from injuring itself. And then continue to fly in a straight line because it had no one flying it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And note, AFG, I'm pretty sure you can understand how big America is, right?
Yeah, I'm not thick.
I can drive for 24 hours and remain in the same state. You can drive 24 hours and end up in an ocean.
Oh, I understand.
I can drive for 24 hours and circle Iceland.
Twice.
Yeah, probably.
So, in America, the East Coast is probably the states that are kind of the smallest. But from Pennsylvania to North Carolina, or was it North or South Carolina? I believe it was... 1 second. I'm forgetting which Carolina it was.
All the Carolina. You know, there used to be one state once.
Yes, it was South Carolina. So, here's the fun part. So, the pilot was ejected in Pennsylvania, which I'm just going to show you guys a map of the United States. Okay, so. Yep. Oh, that's. I don't like that. Alright. No. Here we go. Yeah, this is good. I like this. Yeah. This will be fine. Okay, so this image here is a map of the United States with the states. So, if you look at the eastern side of the United States, you will normally see that blocky blockbuster looking state right just south of New York
Yep.
called Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And if you go about 4 states down past
Yeah,
Maryland,
we've
West
got
Virginia,
South Carolina
Virginia,
next to Georgia.
and South Carolina. Yep,
Yeah.
the one that looks like a diamond. Yeah. So the pilot was ejected from Pennsylvania and landed in South Carolina.
What?
So
Pilot was ejected in Pennsylvania
And landed in
South Carolina?
yes.
No,
Yes.
are you meaning that the pilot was ejected in Pennsylvania and then the plane kept going and crashed in South Carolina?
Okay. Because the
South
way
Carolina,
it
yes.
sounded like the pilot landed
Yes.
Yes.
all the way down there.
No.
No. The plane made it to South Carolina.
I was
the
trying
pilot
to
only
figure
made
out
it
how
to
the hell the
Pennsylvania.
pilot made orbit.
So my question, right, in all of this is,
Yes.
so the pilot ejects,
Yes.
right? All planes are
Yes.
fitted with an IFF, aren't they? Like a kind of responder that constantly relays their signal to track
So
where
here's
they're
the
at.
thing. They were trying out its stealth capabilities.
Right, I see.
It's technically undetectable.
Right, so they purposely had everything turned off because they were testing it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's invisible to radar, nearly invisible. It pretty much shows up as like a tiny little speck, like a bumblebee, moving at like Mach 12.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, it's not really going to cause anyone to like look at their radar and be like, oh yeah, that's a plane. Because it's going to be so small that they're just like, it's nothing. There's nothing there. We can't see it. It's not a ping. But
Well, there's something moving Mach 12, but it's very tiny.
so, according to a lot of news broadcasts, essentially the plane, it was thought that the plane had looped around the world and landed there. The truth of the matter is no, it didn't loop around the world. It just landed there and they just couldn't find it. Like, they were looking all over the eastern seaboard. The problem was the pilot.
Okay.
The pilot didn't tell them which direction he was headed in. Because he didn't know which direction the plane was going in.
Right. So was the pilot an experienced, pilot?
So this is where we get to the part where I get to talk about the military and why the military is like the way it is.
Okay.
Please do, because I'm
so-
confused.
I'm worried.
So, the American military used to be, and I would say used to be, one of the scariest and most powerful, militaries on the planet. In terms of raw power in numbers, sure, it kind of still is. In terms of logic and critical thinking, God save us.
Okay.
The reason why is because the American military, it is no longer a military of people. Instead, it is a dog and pony show, where the people at the top are pretty much looking down at everyone else, and they're just training. They're not teaching. They're not making sure that the soldiers are actually able to think for themselves and be able to, go into combat and use actual battle tactics. Instead, they're just trained on what to do in a specific scenario. Not any scenario, a specific scenario.
That's not
which
going to
is
go well.
if everything is going to plan. And the problem with America is we're very resort to default, which means if you're sent out into the field, the lieutenant gets shot. Guess who takes command? The sergeant. If the sergeant gets shot, guess who takes command? The corporal. If the corporal gets shot, guess who takes command? The highest ranking private. Here's the fun part about the highest ranking private. It's called an E4. And there's this thing called the E4 Mafia. The reason why is because E4 is the highest rank that you can achieve without being promoted to corporal, which means you actually get responsibility. You don't want to have responsibility. You want to stay with shitters as a private. You still have the respect of being a corporal without actually being a corporal. You also don't have to file the paperwork. A corporal has to if something goes shit up. So, like I said, the American military is very resort to default. Meaning, if the private did something bad, the corporal has to do the paperwork. The corporal does something bad, the sergeant has to do the paperwork. Sergeant does something bad, lieutenant to first lieutenant, to major, to captain, to so on and so forth until it gets to the general. Now, the problem here is that pretty much if a captain is wanting to really take a look at what's going on with the privates, he has to go down the ladder. He has to send word from the grapevine to the major, who sends it to the lieutenant, who sends it to the sergeant, who sends it to the corporal,
It's a
who
bloody
sends it
game
to
of
the
telephone.
privates. Exactly. And a lot of shit gets lost in translation. So when it comes to training, the sergeants, drill sergeants, are pretty much given full reign to do whatever they want to the privates coming in. Not so bad, because a lot of the time, sergeants are normally people who are experienced.
Yeah, NCOs
They
are
know
the
what's gonna-
lifeblood of an army, right?
Mm-hmm. It's normally the people who they have been out there in the fight, they know what's going on, and they're there to train everyone for the next possible eventuality.
Yep.
Here's the problem. NCOs are no longer allowed to do what they need to actually get the point across. We talked about this in our last video,
Yeah, a
where
little bit.
we were talking about how a lot of drill instructors, they are really pissed off that they can no longer get up in the face of the privates coming in. And the thing is that it's because of sensitivity training. They're no longer allowed to say certain things to the privates. They're no longer allowed to make them feel like certain things, because we have to have a sensitive military. Because of course, if you get called a Garwen, I'm just gonna warn you, we're gonna have to bleep this. We're gonna have to bleep this. If you get called a fag by a drill instructor, if you get called a fag by the drill instructor, and get told, like, if you're gonna be that way, suck mine. if you get told that by the drill instructor,
Why
the drill
not?
instructor is
Present them.
then essentially going to be kicked out nowadays, because you can't say that, because if a private gets told that, by their drill instructor, like, it hurts their feelings, and they're not going to be as efficient fighters. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. Like, why do we want a sensitive military? No, we want them to be able to fight and see some of the worst shit that they're going to see and brush it off their shoulder and just say, yeah, day in the life.
Yeah, I think, there's a kind of a way of thinking, isn't there, where the whole point of kind of drill and that initial training step where you're breaking people down is to kind of get them used to high pressure and high stress environments and kind of really kind of break them down, and also to take orders, because in a high pressure environment, like human instinct, a lot of us are pre-coded to not take orders and to do our own thing, whereas in a military situation you need sometimes to follow what you're told to do and stick to your position and do it. That's a part of life.
Yeah, especially since, in a military situation, there's almost never time to explain the plan. No. You're just told, go there, hold this, go there, do that.
Yep.
They're not gonna tell you, go there, do this, or we can do this, or that'll do that, or this'll do that. Oh wait, you can't do that anymore, that's position lost.
On top of that, when it comes to, I think, AFG, me and you may have talked about this before, about the American education system.
Maybe.
So the American education system, you mentioned orders and how humans aren't programmed to take orders initially. We have to be trained how to take orders. That's not America. The reason why is because in school, we are pretty much from the get-go trained to follow orders, to follow simple instructions. We are instructed how to commence ourselves, how to conduct ourselves, how certain drills are supposed to go. In our day-to-day work, we are to go here, go here, go here. It is very scheduled, very repetitive, until we have just pretty much gotten into our heads that we are cogs in a machine and we are to take orders. We are to follow the instructions superiors give to us.
I think the only thing I would say on that is that there's an element of that in any kind of school situation.
Oh yeah.
But there's a difference between learning orders in that sense and learning orders in a military sense, because you need to action things immediately in a military situation.
I will agree with that. The thing is that the American school systems, a lot of the time what it does is it will genuinely beat out a lot of individuality, and it will force you to conform to the notion of unit pride. Again, in the American military, it does the exact same thing under a bit higher stress, but from what I've been told by people who are in the military and who went through public schools, they said it is almost the exact same shit. The only difference is that the teachers in the military, they're allowed to scream at you.
So basically,
they're still not allowed to beat you,
system
but they're allowed to scream.
Is making the military's job easier.
Pretty much. Essentially, they're just creating people who are ready to go into the military. It's gotcha. Why the military also offers a lot of younger enlistees free college tuition. Note, free college tuition if you join the military. You just got done with the American education system. You're ready for your next set of instructions. You see where this is going?
Yeah.
It's literally the school system is literally creating us into mindless drones to go on to our next set of orders to fuel the corporate machine, otherwise known as the American government. Congratulations.
The original school system, when it was first created, was made to make factory people.
Mm-hmm. And for military, most people, in
factory and military,
in the kind
it's
of
changed very little since then.
In the 17th, 18th century, when Britain's new model army was made, a lot of the kind of officer corps was aristocracy, but also kind of higher educated people, because they were the ones that you really could use in an officer kind of function to order other people around. You needed a certain amount of education. One of the key things in early military that they actually wanted was the ability to read and write. Was a major kind of bonus if you could do that. That was an officer level kind of requirement. So
Well,
it's not, unexpected, is it, in the modern time? But it's dialed up to 11 when you've got a country's whose military-industrial complex is as kind of built up as the American military-industrial complex.
Yeah. So
also, Jay, I was wondering about how much you guys spent on a GDP for education. It's only about 6%.
Wow.
Yes.
Wonder you guys are so fucking stupid.
Show an American the map of Britain, okay, and they say London looks lovely. I'd love to go there.
Yeah.
No.
Seriously, Iceland spent 17% of its GDP on its education.
Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you, I will agree, America is stupid. The thing is, compared to the rest of the world, I will agree. However, I would say I'm an outlier compared to the rest of my
you're
country.
quite
when we talk, it's like when I talk
thank
about
you.
people. I'm not talking about individuals.
Oh yeah, I know. No, there's only one individual that I will say that statistic works for, and that person's name is Cheese.
Kinda.
I don't expect him to ever listen to this podcast, so don't worry.
I don't remember who that is.
Cheese was when I first met him, he was 15 years old. He was living in Ohio, which immediately everything he says is invalid because he's from fucking Ohio.
Oh, poor Ohio people. If we got any Ohio listeners, then you're very valid.
Ohio is pretty much.
It's
Ohio
okay,
is
Ohio.
essentially-
We don't know enough about America to know if you deserve it, so we'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I know that you're a Rust Belt
Ohio
state.
Ohio has Cleveland. Enough said.
Okay.
Come on, I really like Cleveland Brown. He's my favorite Family Guy.
Shocking.
Okay, fine. Ohio has Cincinnati. Enough said.
I thought it was an okay
It
show.
sucks. It just sucks. God,
So,
I-
just quickly, to bring us back on topic.
yes.
So,
yeah.
in relation to this particular pilot, what are you getting at?
Yes. So the thing is that a lot of the time, the people who are test pilots and who are there to do routine checkups on the planes, making sure that routine, yeah. I'm sorry, my southern drawl comes out. Like, I'm from fucking America. I'm from the deep south. Like, what do you expect? I'm gonna sound like I just had me some biscuits and gravy. I'm gonna sound like a nice old Georgia peach. I'm gonna have me
You
some
sound like the goddamn
pie.
old pedophile in Family Guy.
One really must
Smell you there.
One really must always try to pronounce themselves correctly on these forms of podcasts. It's part of a general
Otherwise,
speaking is very important in these moments.
Otherwise, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me by the Europeans. God. 'Cause
We can all speak
I
the
don't
Queen's
speak
English.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't speak British. I speak American. I speak fate. I speak inches. I speak moon landing. Do I see another flag up on the moon? No.
Can I?
You know why?
Can I just say,
Okay.
at least, you actually said a good thing in that. You said that you speak American, and that makes me happy. Because the amount of Americans that come to this country and tell me that I'm speaking English wrong fucks me off. Because at least you acknowledge that American is its own language. It is not.
Okay.
It is not English.
Really and truthfully, the English language in its entirety, whether it be any dialect from Australian versions to the Canadian version to the American version.
The right version.
I'm not gonna say any language, any version of English is correct, because it's all fucked. English is just a
Also, to
fucked
be
language.
fair on the AFG, doesn't the English language change real drastically depending on the city you are in England?
Yeah, we can talk about that later if you want. I'll let Jay, not Jay, Cyber Jay, talk about the.
No, Jay here is
Okay.
fine. We talk. Jay
I
all the time.
will let Jay carry on with his pilot nightmare, and then I'll give you the tour of Britain if you want it.
So with the pilot and how each private pretty much carries out different routines, whether it be just routine maintenance to upkeep of the plane, making sure all systems are nominal, all are functional, everything is going well. The thing that you're not supposed to test is the eject system. That you don't really want to test it out unless you're on the ground. That way, it's not gonna something that is $80 million on the low end isn't gonna be destroyed. So routine flight, routine checkups, everything seems to be going fine. They're testing out the stealth system. And the theory in the military and what we know from the military's release is the inputs given by the pilot weren't correct. Now, I mentioned that the pilot didn't know which direction the plane was heading. That is technically true and not true. He said it was going that way. Essentially, he said it was heading in that direction. Pointing towards south, southwest, southeast, east, west, that direction. Just holding out his arms like this, that way.
So
Beautiful.
do planes still come fitted with a compass?
Yes. Because, like we said, America is resort to default. If the sophisticated system's telling you exactly which direction, latitude, and longitude you're heading, yeah, if that fails, you have a compass. If that thing fails, you're fucked.
It's difficult to get a compass to
so on
fail.
and
I'm
so
going to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Normally
there are
they
ways.
have
There are
Fuck.
ways.
normally most aerospace vehicles normally have a gyroscopic compass in it to tell you which way is north, which way is south, which way is up, and which way is down. It's normally always going to remain the same. Here's the problem. The pilot apparently, when he was being ejected, he didn't know he was being ejected until he was ejected. And he didn't check which direction it was fully going. He just said it was fucking going that way, bitch. And so for about a week, the news was pretty much filled with the United States government has lost an F-35 Raptor. And suddenly, I can just sense all of the rednecks in Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Louisiana, pretty much all of the deep south. We're all salivating, drooling, thinking, I can get myself a new plane. I can get me another tyranny protector.
I'm just imagining a whole lot of rednecks. The first thing they think is, I can make a boat out of that.
You know what my militia needs? Air support.
No, I can tell you, rednecks actually don't need it. There is a person in Alabama who from his garage, using a bunch of old wireframes and paper, he created a actual glider. A propelled glider.
You know, you say that they're not clever. I mean, that's very clever.
No. There's a reason why whenever we're doing something that isn't supposed to be done this way, the reason why is because it's probably gonna get us really injured, because it's done in a way that works. And I guess the motto for rednecking is, if it works, it ain't stupid. It's only stupid if it doesn't.
You know where you get that from, don't you? Your British ancestry. That's the motto for everything that's been made in Britain for the last 200 years.
So I guess trying to contain the United States colonies and trying to keep them contained and trying to keep them under your thumb was a stupid idea.
It was the worst idea.
Yes, you should just given us our freedom when we asked.
It did. It worked for a very long time, and then
it worked for
the
I believe
stupid
150
ideas.
years.
I'm not saying that it always works. Like
it worked for a long time. It was a good idea then.
I'm
it
just
stopped
saying.
working. Then it was a stupid.
I'm just saying the British motto to things is: did it set on fire? Oh, it didn't. Perfect. It must be good.
Yeah. No, but rednecking, so I'm just gonna say, a bunch of sweaty rednecks were just sitting in the deep south salivating that they could get a new boat.
Darling,
They could get...
come get me my F-35. I found it in the garden. Sorry.
I found it in the ditch outside the Dollar General.
Yeah. Come help me fix it up. And make me my brisket.
Don't you fucking dare talk brisket to an American. To a fucking Southerner as well. To a fucking Texan. You were talking brisket? Nah. I'm sorry.
Smoky
No,
goodness.
Dude, seriously. One day I need you to come visit me here in Texas. I'm going to take you to either Hutchins, Hard 8, or Tenders. 3 good barbecue pits, grease pits as we call them, that serve some of the best barbecue I've ever had. Except for my home.
Sounds beautiful. You know, I'd be up for that.
By the end of the night, you're gonna have about 10 extra pounds on you, and you're gonna be sweating from the meat sweats.
Oh, I'm not.
Because you cannot stop eating. It is that good. The brisket, it melts in your mouth. The ribs, right off the bone, just fall. The sausage, as soon as you cut into it, it just gushes from juice. It is so good.
I've been vegetarian for 6 years, and you're talking food pornography to me. So stop.
Jay, you know
no, dude,
I'm
a cook
meat.
myself.
I love me some good meat.
I know you do.
You're making me hungry and horny.
Oh yeah, I know I am. That's because I'm a Texan and we know how to do food correctly here. I'm sorry, we don't put beans on toast. Nah. In Austin, we put avocado on toast.
I've got to say, beans on toast is with a bit of cheese on top is a classic.
It's wrong.
Oh yeah.
Do you know
wrong.
that?
It's wrong.
You get that good old can of baked beans. Throw that on the bread. Put the cheese on top. Throw it in the oven.
Yeah.
Real good.
No, I'm sorry. Have you ever had biscuits and gravy?
See, what you call a biscuit,
so.
we call a scone.
Not really.
No,
Okay,
because you can have savory and sweet scones. So like the savory scone is a biscuit. That's effectively the
question.
similarity.
With scones, are they supposed to be chewy and soft, or are they supposed to be hard?
Well, you can have hard
crispy?
scones or you can have soft scones. So you can have a hard biscuit type scone. You can have that.
So
for savory things.
In the South and pretty much all across America, if you have a biscuit that is tough and hard and crispy and crunchy, that's not a biscuit, that's a rock that you baked in an oven. It is not meant for human
but 9
consumption.
times out of 10,
throw that away.
You want a soft, like you can have a hard one, but you're weird.
You want a soft biscuit. And so, gravy. Gravy to you probably think of gravy, like gray gravy.
No, it's brown.
No, there's a brown gravy. That's all I think.
Okay, brown gravy, gray gravy, either way. You're probably thinking it's supposed to be more so... don't worry about it. If you ever come here for Thanksgiving, you'll understand. Especially if you're in a white area of the nation, you're going to find out it's not.
That sounds like a nightmare. I don't think I've ever come across a gray gravy.
In the South, we have what's called cream gravy. White gravy. It is essentially where we just pour a bunch of whipping cream in there. Not sugarized whipping cream. No, like heavy whipping cream that you actually use to...
That's disgusting.
Bake. No. It makes it sweet. It makes it a bit sweeter, a bit creamier. And the gravy, it still has most of what's there. But if you let it get cold for too long, it becomes cement.
You're not convincing me.
you'll have to eat it. You'll have
When
to
I
eat
think
it.
of
No,
gravy,
seriously.
okay, in that sense, like what you're talking about previously, I think of KFC. That's what I think of.
No.
AFG.
No.
Next time there's a Christmas thing with your girlfriend and you go to Iceland, do let me know what that, because I can never remember what it's called, but there's a certain thing that's always served with the meat. It's almost white yellowish kind of thing. It's kind of like a sauce kind of thing. I have no idea what it's called though.
I think I've tried something like remoulade, which goes with like hot dogs, but that's not
Remoulade.
remoulade.
No, not that. That's like an actual. So I'm talking about something that's hot, whatnot, not a cold one.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know.
It's kind of
Okay.
like a gravy, you use it like a gravy, but I don't think it is a gravy.
So I'm gonna
Just put a
say,
note in there to remember what that is, because I can never remember what it's called. All I know is that it's really bloody good with the Anaye.
So that right
There's
there,
nothing like that.
that is white gravy. That is cream gravy.
So it's a cream sauce.
Pretty much, yeah. But we call it gravy because it's made almost the exact same way except
Jay,
exchanging two
you might need to go
ingredients.
to the doctor. There's some black in your semen.
I hate you so much. The problem is I knew exactly what he was gonna say, and I actually was trying to say it while y'all
So
were talking.
it's a little bit
saying, I
lumpy
know
as well.
exa-
You should really get that checked out.
Yes, it is. No, the reason why is because you're not supposed to whip it down completely. You're supposed to have a couple of lumps in there because, again, it adds texture. Now, on biscuits, it has such a buttery consistency. It's great. I love it so much. The problem is that you can only have one. You can only have one, otherwise things happen to your digestive system. And it becomes really hard to get anything out for the next week. So yeah, but like I said, you had a bunch of rednecks salivating over getting it. So immediately in the South, a bunch of people were kind of just on the lookout for a crashed F-35 Raptor. And it wasn't until a week later that a search helicopter about 60 miles north of Charleston, South Carolina, finally found it in South Carolina. This is a big thing because finding the F-35 Raptor, they didn't find it because of sonar, because it was giving off a signal. No. They found it because they found a smoldering pile of metal. They got its black box, the box that pretty much tells them what went wrong and what was going on with the plane. And that is why we believe that it is human error to cause the internal computer to just say, yeah, the human is the part of me that's wrong. I'm gonna keep flying anyway.
Okay.
Oh,
So what has
And that
happened
is-
to the pilot then?
The pilot more than likely got a severe reprimand saying, you lost an F-35. You just lost the United States taxpayer $80 million to make a new one. Lockheed Martin came out and said, oh, that's a feature. Don't worry, the planes don't actually need pilots anymore. Quick, figure out how to put AI in the plane quickly so that way it can land itself. The pilot, more than likely, I truly do not know what occurred with the pilot because that is probably going to be classified for the next month until the pilot is eventually coming out and saying, yeah, I fucked up. And that's normally after he's mowed the general's lawn for the next 5 weeks.
Okay.
With a pair of scissors. Note, I say an actual punishment in the military is mowing the lawn with a pair of scissors.
Ooh.
What a waste of time.
I mean, when I mean, when a 15th of your population is in the military, it's not. I mean, what else are they gonna do?
That's a
training.
That's a scary number.
It really.
It is like a 15th of an entire country's.
That's what it was called.
He's got there. But like when 1/15th, when you put it in terms like that, and you look at what's the population of America? What, 500 million? Is it something close to that kind of level?
Roughly about that. Yeah.
So 1/15th, like that's a lot of people to be involved in the military in one way or another.
Yes.
Like that's pretty crazy.
And that's that is any branch. We have 5 Air Force, Navy,
Marines?
Army.
Does that count as one?
Marines does count. Coast Guard. No, we have 6 now because fucking tinfoil hat Space Force is now a thing.
Ah, it's beautiful.
Oh yes, the
But
mighty
Trump,
Space
And then
Force.
you ask,
Trump,
ask
I
a girl
fucking
about a
hate you
Yapnigut.
so
It is
much.
beautiful.
Yapning
With
it.
an A.
Okay, I will do.
I just found my 13th reason why I hate Trump. He fucking named it Space Force.
Oh, it's to the point.
I mean, it
No,
needs.
I'm-
It's got a certain terrible 1980s animated cartoon show ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh god, Okay, no. Ronald Reagan wanted to create what he liked to call Star
he
Wars.
did. Oh, I loved that. That was a great.
He
name.
wanted to create Star Wars, a laser system
Brilliant.
to stop orbital satellites from nuking us.
I love it. You just gotta love the barminess. Do you like the NASA thing? Do you like the fact that they're taking, what do they call them now? Unidentified, not flying objects. What is it? Aerial phenomena, UAPs. What do you think of the fact that they're trying to get this to be taken a little bit more seriously, and they want people to actively report these things?
Shut the fuck up.
What?
Just stop. Just stop.
What?
Just
Hey, I'm asking you a legitimate question on what do you think about it. Like, I wasn't expressing positive for or against. I was
Okay.
asking you what you think.
Just fucking call them UFOs. Just let us continue calling it what we've called it for the last 80 years of existence.
It's when
You see, the problem there is when you say UFO, everybody thinks alien, so they
yeah,
dismiss it.
that's the thing. That's why they've changed it, because they're trying to normalize it. Because when you say UFO, it makes you want to play the X-Files theme in your brain on repeat. Whereas like UAP is not quite as like it's not as charged. Let's put it that way.
No, like just move one letter and you go from phenomenon to surveillance ordinance. UAP, UAV. Keep up with me. Can't hear what you just
Oh,
said.
I was going to start doing the X-Files theme, and I decided against it.
Oh, the conspiracy theme
I was
song,
going to
yeah.
start doing it, but I thought to myself, don't. Just don't. Just avoid it.
So I forget where my tinfoil hat
When
is,
Garwen
but,
said right that you wanted to talk about like a plane going missing, okay, should I tell you what I thought this was going to be? I thought you were going to go
right
crazy. I thought you were going to start telling me that aliens are taking it, or somehow Donald Trump
Oh
had
no!
abducted the plane.
No! I'm just here to shit on the American military.
Oh.
I'm literally just here to just talk shit about the American.
Do you mind if I talk about the British
Just-
military for a minute?
Go right ahead.
Because
Go right
because
ahead.
I am a bit about me for everyone. I'm a massive history nerd, so I do keep up with military affairs, and I find military history specifically very interesting. British military history is a series of brilliant maneuvers and awful calamities, and a lot of them are snatching defeat from the jaws of victory many times, and vice versa. Is quite a well-known theme of British military history. But
Look to the revolution.
yeah. Although the American Revolution is an interesting one, I won't talk too much about this, but the logistics, right, of feeding and maintaining an army that amount of distance away with naval, with sail power, wind power, is pretty crazy. So,
Of course, because, the British were dominant on the seas and they had the largest navy in the world and the most dominant navy in the world. and kind of at that point in time the only navy that existed in the
Nope.
world, and they were able to move. Well,
Stop. No. So this.
and
so
they were able to protect their ships more so than anyone
But-
else. So of course, the logistics.
But it's the logistics of actively managing to, like, it's a long distance in that time period to
No,
transport
I
things.
do
and
agree.
that's the key
The
thing
amount-
that I'm trying to get at there.
It
In
took
relation
4
to other
months
navies,
to get them across the sea.
France and Spain
Yeah.
had very large navies in that time period. Like they were,
But they were nowhere near built as good or well
No,
trained.
they weren't the same degree. You know,
Yeah.
they also the French specifically had just had their asses kicked as well by us.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had their asses
no,
kicked again
actually,
a few
I believe
decades
it's-
later.
But you also have to realize, France and Spain, their navies also had to defend less territory.
That's true.
True, yes.
But anyway, I digress away. I won't go. I'll talk about the American Revolution forever, if we let me. But what I was getting at is just the
here.
British military of the modern day is quite an interesting case study, because Britain
Oh, yeah.
for a very long time saw itself as kind of the second military power, other than Russia, like probably the third or fourth military power in the world. And it was the main supporting ally of America, to the point where Americans often said that the British, out of all their allies, were the ones that were the most reliable from a technological and kind of combat fighting perspective. You know,
Take the RAF, her Majesty's Royal Navy.
and our
Just
land forces,
amazing.
our SAS, very kind of
Okay, SAS. Yes.
very and obviously we'd had experience as well fighting wars fairly recently. Falklands. We'd obviously partook in Iraq,
Yeah.
and we'd been involved with that. One of the kind of interesting debates happening in Britain at the moment is our military, because it's been chronically underfunded for the last 15 or so years, and a lot of the equipment is literally falling to bits. It's in
I
the,
will say part of the reason why, at least from what I know and from what I've heard, I believe part of that is because, and I'm not trying to diss you here, but a lot of European nations, me and Garwen have talked about this quite a bit. A lot of European nations have kind of relied on America for protection and kind of for military.
So NATO is a
might.
double-edged sword, because like inherently in NATO, right? It's good in the one hand because you bring a whole bunch of nations together and theoretically you pool your resources. The problem with NATO from an American perspective is it gives a lot of license to a lot of European countries that are in NATO to cut back their military spending and say, well, America would handle it because they pump so much money into it. And I think that's true. The thing is with Britain has always kept its commitment, I think, for like 2% of our national spending to always be on military spending. We've always kept up with that. That's always been a kind of a key thing. But even with that 2% spending, they have been making cutbacks to our military for years. And the military has shrunk, I think, to be less than 100,000 people now in British military service.
Yeah,
Which,
and on top of that, when we're talking about military, we can't just talk numbers, because I said, I'm here to shit on
no.
America.
So but what I'm talking about as well is kind of the amount of fighters we have is massively decreased, like tech across the board. Now we did bring out some aircraft carriers, and these 2 new aircraft carriers are large and very impressive. The problem we have is we don't really have enough escort units to kind of and frigates and things to actually build proper battle groups for them. So you've got nearly
Before we talk size, let's just look at the German Bismarck and the Japanese Yamato, 2 of the largest ships in the world at the time. Where are they right now?
Yeah, but okay, you can't really compare battleships from the 1940s to modern day aircraft carriers. They're not comparable.
No, I can't. But just note, size.
No, but what I'm saying is for
doesn't
Britain,
matter.
right? Because we haven't built ships of that size in
long
not
time.
since World War II. Like we have not built a
in
ship
about 100
of that
years.
size since World War II. The fact we've done it is quite a technological achievement for us as a country. It's quite an important thing. So it is a step in the right direction from a military perspective. The interesting thing, the main argument happening at the moment in the UK is around our nuclear deterrent. So we have quite a large nuclear deterrent, and we have quite a lot of submarines, really, for the size of our country. And we operate a missile system called the Trident missile system that's been in place, I think, since the 1980s. Now, the big argument happening at the moment is we've got one naval base where these submarines can be based out of, maintained and repaired, and our expertise level is decreasing as time goes by. Yeah.
Isn't it out of London?
No, it's not out of London. No. I can't believe you just said that.
No, okay.
Like, why would you do this? It's out of a place called Clyde. So there are multiple naval bases where the submarines can go, but if they need major refit and overhaul, I believe it's only the Clyde naval base in Scotland that has the facilities to look after them correctly. Okay. But the reason I'm bringing this up is it's very interesting hearing about the American military spending and the way that you guys look at it, because for anyone that doesn't know, I'm a bit of a socialist lefty. I personally can't see the point in Britain having a nuclear arsenal. I think it's something we should mothball and remove. Now, what we could then do with that money is we could either put it in something else, or we could build more conventional military weapons if that's the angle that we wanted to go towards. But I think Britain as a power, right, our time on the world stage is over. We need to be pulling away from... We've got international bases still all over the world. Cyprus, different parts of Africa, in the Indian Ocean. Like, for a country of our size, we don't need to be doing this anymore. There needs to be a conversation had in Britain about what we want. Because, I'm not being funny, you look at our neighbours, okay, with the exception of France. With the exception of France that are still neo-colonial nightmares, with the exception of them... and we can get into North Africa if you want, because there's a lot of countries there that do have legitimate grievances with France. You know, I'm just going to throw that out there. But what I would say is we, as a country, should, I think, be approaching a little bit more of a neutral stance. It is not our job to support America and to be lapdogs for the American military system. I don't think we should be doing that. We should, I think, personally, lean more towards Sweden and more towards other countries of, Germany, those kinds of nations, and scale back a little bit. Still, have a military. I don't want to remove the military. I still think it's an important thing that every country should have a form of self-defense. I think it is necessary in the world that we live in. We don't live in the Star Trek utopia as much as I wish we did. But because of that, it's a necessary evil. But I do think the amount of military spending across the entire world, America included, is a little bit ludicrous.
Ludicrous, yes, I do agree. So I will say, you mentioned cutting back on nuclear arsenals. You also mentioned cutting back on why the fuck do we need nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
First off, I completely agree with your sentiment. The reason why is because, for starters, mass extinction is something that humans are all pretty much afraid of. We're pretty much afraid of an entire people getting wiped out.
Well, you know what we do, right? We all just move to Iceland because they're not going to get nuked. There's no reason to nuke them.
I mean, they're the nice.
They're
the nicest people. Why would you ever?
Rock, the better the chances are we're going to get wiped out.
It's true.
But the whole thing is I'm not just against nuclear weapons. I'm also against kinetic bombardment. I'm against chemical weapons. I'm against firebombing, napalm. Yep. Note, I know how to make napalm, and I am against its use on other human beings. I'm against it as a form of any type of combat. I am against chemical warfare. I am against any use of pathological warfare. Note, killing, just to quote John Kramer from Saw, killing is distasteful.
Yes. Yep.
It is war is completely barbaric. Then again, so is a lot of things humans still do. War is a needed weapon. Well, no, not a needed weapon. It is a needed evil, a necessary evil that we have. And the reason why is because humans are flawed.
Yeah.
We don't always agree with each other. We're never really going to agree with each other. because people have ideas, and we're like water. We move forward, and sometimes a river will have branching pathways. Some water will go one way, others will go one way. Sometimes rivers merge into making a bigger river. But guess what? At the end of the day, we're all going into the same body of water, the ocean. And that ocean is humanity as a whole. We can't disown that we are an ocean. Sure, we all have different ideologies, and we're not always going to agree with each other. That's why we have nations. That's why we have different forms of economics, different forms of government. No one way is a perfect one-for-one on how to rule a certain group of people or how to get anyone to coexist.
So Jay is telling everyone they need to vote communist. Just throwing that out there. It's very important.
Fuck off! No. I am a fucking libertarian, bitch. You're talking the wrong shit.
Yes.
No. Okay, so like AFG said, he's a kind of a left-leaning socialist.
Yeah, to be clear, I am not a communist. I am a social democrat.
No.
So my political views are very probably in line with, I don't know what Garwen's are, but I've got a very Nordic way of looking at kind of how I would like Britain to move its economy towards, you know.
I don't care enough about politics to know what my beliefs align with.
Yeah.
I've said this many times. I'm a bit more right-leaning. Not so much in the fact that I think we need to stay the way we are.
Make America great again.
No. I actually think a lot of the shit that's happened actually kind of needs to be repealed. Like, note, there's very certain things that I believe need to be repealed. First off,
We got the best
fuck off.
weapons.
I hate him. Together, we will make America great again. I will build a wall, and it'll be the biggest wall, because no one builds walls better than me. I am so great. Love me.
So what we're saying is Arnold
I would grab
Schwarzenegger
him
for
by-
president.
I'm gonna build a wall.
Get to the chopper!
I'm a mega wall of choppers.
Can you say get to the White House?
Get
please?
to the White House!
You do that real well. I can never
do
do
it real well,
proper
yeah.
shit like this.
Nor can I.
Mac, you son of a
so-
bitch!
The thing is, I despise both sides. I hate conservatives. I hate liberals. The reason why is because both sides are just fucking pig-headed. Like, they have both of them have good ideas. First off, the left. A lot of them are really, like, focused on the climate in trying to preserve America and trying to preserve the natural ecosystem that's there. Of course, they also are trying to do that way too fast and deal with things way too fast and trying to say, we need it now, instead of saying, hey, can we start making the proper infrastructure to get some of this stuff in place?
The only thing I'm going to say on that is a lot of these climate aspects have been talked about since the 1980s. And things
And
have
I
not
will say-
moved, so that the direct
Moved whatsoever.
and quick action
No,
is more important than ever.
I agree that we need to get on with it, but at the same time, people are like, we need these things and we need them now. It's like, yes, but we don't have the infrastructure to do this yet. We first need to do this. You are telling me that we have to have massive solar farms right now when we do not have the infrastructure to first off manufacture nor maintain these farms.
Iceland's 100%
And you're saying we
green,
need
isn't
it
it?
now.
Rowan? Is that correct? Is it 100%
It
green?
should be,
I think
yeah.
it's
Like the
I
only
think it's-
thing I could say on Iceland that maybe isn't is the aluminium factories, but
So do they?
that's like you're making aluminium.
So in Iceland, is your geothermal energy, is that a kind of a key component of your energy kind
Yeah.
of structure?
Yeah, it really is. Like when it comes to electricity and power, Iceland is about as 100% green as you can get a nation, and it's purely because of how blessed we are as a country.
Yeah, you've got the perfect,
Like-
you've got the perfect kind of geological kind of
Yeah.
makeup, haven't you, for it? You know, you're an island nation surrounded by water. You've got tidal, easy. Then
And we also have, you know, what was it? what, 500 volcanisms under us?
Yeah.
Over 100 other volcanoes.
Wow. I mean, it's perfect, isn't it, for the kind of what you're going.
Also, in a couple thousand years, Iceland will be split in two between America and Europe.
I've heard about this because you sit right on a tectonic plate, don't you? And is there a bridge that has to get like a centimeter or something added to it every year or something that goes over like?
Yeah, there is. Like the really hilarious part is that if I remember my map right, and I don't remember if it was something that was true or something I believed as a kid and was never disproven, but I believe that specific junction goes through my town.
Got like a 2012 moment happening, like in a few years' time, you know. In the middle of Iceland. But what frustrates me is, right, so I agree, America, right? I think for you guys, you've got a huge population, you've got a huge industrial demand, and you've got also a country, I'm not being funny, that is quite vast, and your infrastructure demands are different, okay? Britain is a country that is comparable in size to California. It
No.
Population.
No.
You've got, what, 80 million people in California? Don't know how many people are in California.
In terms of... Okay, if we're talking size, no.
Okay, so California's got
Nowhere close.
39 million people, and Britain, in our little island, we've got 60
It's
million
got like 20?
people.
60?
Also, Jay, size really means nothing if you don't have the people to do shit with it.
True, yes. Now, I do want to say, with America, and the reason why I am not left and I say that I'm right-leaning is because I don't think a lot of the things that were fundamental to the United States...
Okay, wait 1 second. So the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, right, that state is the same size as Britain, generally. That's the same size.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but it only... So Oregon is slightly larger than Britain, but it only has 6% of the population density. So
Yes. And most of the people in Oregon are stoned.
But what's frustrating? what I'm getting to here is, right, Britain has had, like, for the size of our country, we have had 40, 50 years, right, to go green. We are an island nation surrounded by water, so a huge amount of tidal potential. We've got the ability to build solar farms, which we're doing quite well, wind farms, all of the rest of it, and we've been doing a lot of green stuff over the years. Nuclear power as well, we did used to invest in it and we stopped. There's a stopgap.
Which we need to get back.
I think there's an argument for it.
Like, we really do need to get back in nuclear. Like, the main problem with solar power right now is that I don't remember if it was the production of it or, like, when it breaks down into rid of parts. That is a major pollutant.
Yeah, it's not as bad anymore as it was like
maintenance.
10, 20 years ago, but it is still
like
bad.
Currently with nuclear power, the biggest issue is, boom, but we've had, one situation of that happening that wasn't a bomb dropped on it?
You've got 3 Mile Island in America, in Britain you've got one that happened, and you've got obviously Chernobyl. Those are and Fukushima in Japan. Those are like the big kind of 4 that have happened in the past.
Yeah. Like, from everything I've understood about nuclear power and the power plants, is effectively humanity has kind of learned from this shit and has decided, you know what, let's do safety stuff because we don't want to lose so much land for so much.
Chernobyl only happened because of poor practice. Like the things the Russians were doing stopped happening on British and American plants back in the 50s. Like
So
but the only point I was trying to raise is Britain in the last 40 years could have embarked on a really ambitious plan, right, to green over that time period, and we didn't. Yeah, we've let it slack for too long, and we have a government here in this country that lets things go. It doesn't pursue things. It doesn't look in the future, like most governments. Yeah, and it just lets things go. And I can understand in this country, not in America so much, because I think you've got different demands. But in the UK, given the size of our country and the workforce we have, we could have really pursued something, and gone out of our way to make our country green, and we haven't. And that's a problem.
Jay, I have a question.
Yes.
No, sorry, AFG, I have a question.
Yeah.
And also for Jay, actually, as well. Okay. Now, there are a lot of coal plants or whatever the fuck they're called over there, right?
In
England and America.
not in the UK anymore.
In America,
the most of our coal
I'm just gonna
plants
say
have been. Most of them are
most of them have been decommissioned or been converted into oil, or most of them are just decommissioned in exchange for solar or wind farms these days.
Yeah, like in a year, because I asked because in a year I don't know how true it is or whatnot, but I watched a little something where someone was talking about how the major hindrance to bringing nuclear power to a lot of people is the starting cost of constructing everything, and how coal plants have a lot of the base infrastructure that you already need for nuclear power plants, and that there was a lost opportunity there that we could have in a year converted a lot of these coal plants into nuclear power plants.
Yeah, I will say this though, in terms of America and in terms of going green, AFG, I completely agree with your sentiments on we should have been doing this back in the 80s. We should already have most of the infrastructure in by now. I completely agree. The problem is, a lot of the people who are politicians today are the same ones we had back in the fucking 80s.
And a lot of them are in the pocket.
A lot of them are career politicians who were in the pocket of Rockefeller, who were in the pocket of Brent Oil, who are... It really pisses me off because I'm watching people who are 80, 90, 70, 60 years old who are still in office. Seriously, we just had someone fucking 96 years old die in office.
Oh my god, I love the Mitch McConnell video. Oh, it's so brilliant.
Oh god, I hate him so... I'm sorry. I don't want a fossil. He belongs in the Smithsonian, not in the Capitol building. Like, God.
Just look at him. Just look at his little face. He's like a turtle.
He's a snapping turtle. Like, he is a snapping turtle. He is not a human.
Look at him.
He's a lizard.
And the other day he's doing an interview and he doesn't even know where he is. It's brilliant.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Our president, same way. Note, I hate Trump. I hate Biden. I'm not for either one of them. I hate both of them. Most of the people who are in Congress right now, most of the people who are senators and representatives of my government, I hate. I genuinely believe the government, my own government, should be tremendously scaled back. Let the states create their own legislation and create their own governments. Small, essentially vassalized or vassalages of what America is. God damn.
I found his twin.
On my government.
Yeah, they are fucking identical.
So I sent a gif of Nosferatu. Now, if anyone wants to look up that, it's a great German expressionist film from the 1920s. Anyway, you might also know it from SpongeBob.
Yeah. That's fair. So my government, like, I look at the government and I'm just seeing a roster filled up with people who are 90, 80, 70, 60 years old, making legislation for people who are in their teens and 20s. And I'm just watching this, and I'm watching a massive age gap, and them not knowing how to fucking send an email without hitting reply all.
It's really interesting, because Britain doesn't have the same, I don't know about Iceland, but Britain doesn't have the same demographic, like age issue as the American Senate does. Like our parliament has actually quite a diverse group of ages.
The reason why is because the American government, it doesn't have age limitations. It doesn't have age restrictions.
Well, we don't.
And a lot of these
we don't have age restrictions.
Okay, well,
that's what I find interesting.
I might also say,
like,
have you ever heard of brand loyalty?
Yeah, as a concept, yes.
So
in marketing.
So the concept here in America is essentially, you go with, whenever it comes to our democratic elections,
air quotes,
we try and democratic elections. Yeah.
Oh, a pirate party! Let's go.
God, that sounds awesome. I'd vote them.
In Britain, we have the monster raving loony party.
So
basically,
here in America,
I'll be completely honest with you. Until just now, I wasn't sure we had a parliament. And that's how little I pay attention to this.
Oh my god, Garwen. That's poor.
I know.
So, in America, a lot of the time, a lot of people don't even fucking look at the ballots. They're not even looking up who they're voting for. They're not looking up who they're representing and who their representatives are, what they support, what they're against. And a lot of the time, they look at the name that's currently there, and they look at the person who's currently running for their state legislation and who's currently in office, and they're like, yeah, sounds about right, yeah. And or they see an R or a D next to the person's name. Oh, this person's Republican? Well, I identify as a Republican. I'm a vote for this person. I identify as a Democrat. I'm a vote for this person. I vote Libertarian. I vote Tea Party. I vote Liberal. I vote Conservative. And every chance I get, I am constantly looking up who I am voting for. I am looking up their policies. I'm looking up what they agree with and what they disagree with. That way I'm making an educated, decision on who I want to vote for. That's why for the most part I vote Libertarian. You know why? Because a lot of libertarians, what we mostly think is fucking just leave us alone. Just stop making legislation. Stop trying to make people's lives
You've got some weird libertarians, haven't you? I've seen some of those libertarian conferences, okay? I've seen some of the people there and some of the things they say.
I know. A lot of them are just saying, we need to militarize. We need to arm ourselves and make sure that we turtle up. In that way, if the government ever comes for us, we can shoot them at any cost. I agree with we need to be able to defend ourselves from tyranny, but I don't agree with, we have to turtle up and be away from the public eye. No. What I believe in is pretty much a make American citizens self-sufficient.
Make American citizens self-efficient again.
No. Not nowhere near like that. I believe that the government needs to be massively scaled down and allow individual small community governments to be able to create their own legislation. That way, America has a massive amount of biodiversity. We have so many different climates and ecosystems that are all within the same country. Texas has 4 biomes all within a single state. Most states only have 1 or 2. And I can tell you, Texas, it already has legislation for each individual biome, so that way we can actually get proper infrastructure in it. The reason why you hear about the Texas power grid failing is because 60% of our power grid in the West is being fed by wind farms, wind and solar farms. And during the snowstorm that hit, guess what happened? The rotors on the wind farms were frozen up so they couldn't really move, and the solar generators were covered up. So they couldn't, work.
It's not like snowstorms,
which is why they
hit Texas very often, right?
It's not exactly. No, it's not like they hit us very often, and so that's why we don't really prepare for them all that often. Also, it was kind of one of those snowstorms that just came out of the blue.
Yep.
It was a genuine, what the fuck is happening? We did not predict for this to happen. This should not have happened. What the fuck is going on? And by the time we were trying to get ready for it, it was too late. It had already come. So, with America, it should be each state, which should already be the case, but because fucking the Civil War occurred and states' rights is a very touchy topic to talk about, because immediately when you bring up states' rights and how each state should be its own little pocket government, immediately the northern states are immediately like, oh, listen here, the southerners are trying to buy back their slaves. They're trying to go back to the old ways. And the southern states are like, no.
The South shall rise again, Mr. Cobb.
I'm sorry.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Have hurricanes and In the South, we have hurricanes and humidity all year round. In California, they have earthquakes and drought. In the Midwest, they have tornadoes and drought. In the Northwest, they have monsoons. In Appalachia, they have monsoons as well, but on a less frequent level.
Yep.
In the Northeast, they have blizzards coming in every other weekend. In Texas, it's a fucking dice roll on what they're gonna
In New
get.
York, they have people
Arizona.
from New York.
No, those are the people who go straight to Austin. No, seriously. People coming from California and New York, they're going straight to Austin. They're not going anywhere else in the state. They're going to Austin, possibly Dallas, mostly in areas of Dallas that are fairly agreeable to them. So central Dallas. Everywhere else, they're gonna get shot on the spot.
God, that sounds so terrifying.
No, seriously. Dallas is where the liberals own guns. Dallas is the Alaska of Texas. It is where even the liberals own guns. Austin is California, or the Los Angeles of Texas. It's where we all look at them and we're all just like, I fucking hate that you exist.
So can I ask you a quick question? Because I
Go right ahead.
I don't necessarily keep up massively with American politics, but certain things I do find interesting. And you are a Texas native. I don't remember what part of Texas, and I'm not going to ask you on here, but like...
I'm from Dallas.
You're from Dallas. So my question for you is, I've seen quite a lot of talk and political discussion on Texas switching from a Republican state to a Democratic state, probably in the next kind of 5 years, and kind of it shifting it, because that will be a massive shake-up, because it's a lot of electoral votes, and really the Republicans rely on it really as one of their major kind of areas to try and win the presidency. So I'm just wondering, on the ground, do you feel like that is going to happen? Do you think that it will go Democratic in the next kind of 5, maybe 10 years on the more extreme end? Because people think even the next election that it might be a swing, possibly, state.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna just put it like this. Texas is I can't say one of. It is the most developing and hyper-developing areas in the country. New York City, there's not much you can do there. Everything's already built up. There's always going to be maintenance and construction there because people are going to be rebuilding something that is already old. Los Angeles, it was a pre-planned city. It's getting bigger every once in a while. Like, there's stuff out there. But with Gavin Newsom being the governor of California and having the legislation that he does, it's literally causing so many people who are left-leaning or left completely, and they're looking at their state and they're looking at the massive piles of shit, literal human shit in the streets. Because Gavin Newsom doesn't fucking care. He says, oh, we're going to take care of the homeless population here. We're going to make sure that everyone is well taken care of. And the problem is that the key thing about getting people that are homeless to stop being homeless is in the name. Give them a fucking home.
Yeah, they need a place to live. It's
exactly. You see, one of the things about having a job is that you should have a name and an address, an email of some sort, because it's a rapidly thing. So if they don't see an address, they're gonna immediately think, what the frick is this person doing here? So immediately they're pretty much gonna be blacklisted from any job that might even happen to fall into
One
their
interesting
laps.
thing, actually, is a lot of UK-based banks, and I'm not sure if they're doing this in America, is you can open up a bank account without a fixed address now in the UK. And that means it's much easier to apply for a job because you have a account. So
what you're saying is I can now wire my money through England and send it back to America through a false name.
But you do need to be a UK like resident, you know, and have a UK.
Oh,
like,
okay.
You know, just because you don't have a fixed address, if you can prove that you're, you know, British and you're here, then that's the key thing. Hey, okay. Chase have just opened up in the UK and they've been making a big push.
Hey, JP Morgan Chase. Hey, the people who actually partnered up with Rockefeller, the people I fucking hate. Oh yeah, I'm glad a nice cancer entered your country as
JP
well.
Morgan have actually got loads of
welcome.
offices in Britain. I don't know if you know this. They're very
God.
They do a lot of their trades out of Britain. We're a big
JP Morgan Chase. I fucking hate them. They're a cancer on
But
this
I'm just saying they have a lot of even though they don't, you know, British people don't really bank with American institutions.
I'm glad the cancer is spreading.
In Iceland, Garwen, do you guys like
Have a Chase
No,
bank?
I wasn't because
JP Morgan
Iceland's
Chase?
got a very rocky financial history. But
Yeah.
my question for you was like homelessness in Iceland. Does that you've got a much smaller population? Does that actively exist? Does the government take steps to kind of house anyone that falls into that kind of difficulty?
Well, from what I looked into, there's a combined total of about 1,300 people that can be said to be homeless, whether in a primary or secondary homelessness, it depends. But from what I saw, about 600 to 800 of those are people in other institutions, whether nursing homes or a mental hospital or stuff like that. So they're not actually living on the streets. They're just people who don't have a home because they're, you know, dying.
God.
Yeah. So if I go by what I could understand, I think there's like about somewhere between 100, maybe 200 people on all of Iceland that are actually homeless.
Wow, because I mean that is crazy. You know, that's just not.
Yeah.
You know, that's the amount of homeless
But
people
still,
where I
like
live.
that number though, that number is enough for my government to go. We have a homeless problem growing here.
But
200
so,
people is too much for us.
AFG, to answer your question about Texas turning blue, New York, and just like I said, a lot of the people moving here to Texas, a lot of them are from New York, a lot of them are from California, some of them from Washington, Seattle, some of them are from Oregon, mostly Portland, Oregon.
So what I was going to say on this
And
is and I'm not sure if there's a racist element to this. Is from what I've looked at and from what I've heard online, the thinking was that it was people coming from Latin countries that were making it turn Democrat. And
No.
do you know what I mean? And I don't know enough, do you know what I mean, about American demographics to know.
I can almost guarantee you most of the people who are coming here from Latin countries, they're gonna fucking vote Republican. The reason why is because they're coming from countries that turned socialist, that turned like tyrannical communist or tyrannical socialist, and they're looking at the left and they're just seeing, you're the exact same fucking people where we ran from you. We're not trying, and we're running here because we're trying to find something better. Like it or not, America is still better than most of those countries, such as Venezuela, Guatemala,
Those countries.
and Colombia. Most of them have turned tyrannical in some way or another.
Yeah.
Honduras is very similar.
Poor old
And no,
hyperinflation.
when I say tyrannical, I literally mean if you look at Venezuela, like I'm just gonna say.
You're not.
There are 34 rules of hyperinflation.
You're not saying anything.
Search hyperinflation, rule 34 to learn more.
No, don't do it. Don't do that, ladies and gentlemen. That's and everything in between. Don't do that.
It's a real way to learn economics.
What I would say is it's very interesting, you know, hearing about it, because the idea that it's
like,
people
speaking
moving
as-
from kind of
It's people from moving from Los Angeles, people moving from New York, people moving from California, in a lot of the blue areas of the state. Because note, most of the people who are moving here illegally, people who are just crossing the border in mass droves, they do not have the papers to go and vote.
Yeah.
They don't have those votes. They
No.
can't, because you have to be an American citizen to vote. But the reason why Texas is turning blue is because a lot of people who are coming from out of state, they're voting the exact same way because, like we said, the American education system fucking sucks. And the definition of insanity is to repeat the exact same thing, hoping for a different outcome.
Do you wish that you could reform your political system to go to a more kind of Icelandic and European way of doing things? I'm not saying British here, by the way, because we have first past the post, so it's not quite the same. Do you wish you could go to a proportional representation system? Which effectively allows for, like, effectively on a national level, it's based on the percentage of how many people vote for a specific party, and then they get that many seats or that much representation in kind of parliament, which is how the Icelandic system works, for example, where effectively it's percentages, and I think it's a more equitable system, because I think it
like we are literally the oldest and longest running parliamentary democracy in the world.
So let me just say this. With our government, you may have heard of the Senate, which has two forms, the Congress
House of Representatives,
and the House of Representatives. Yes, the House of Representatives. So the difference being is that Congress, you have two representatives, or two senators. That's it. No more, no less from each
a master and an apprentice.
State.
No more, no less.
No more, no less. But which one was this? The master or the apprentice? So, like I said, you have two for each state. So each of the 50 states has two representatives, which is great because a state such as, say, Connecticut, smaller state, not as a big population as, say, California. The state, in the beginning of the United States, it was really good because each of the 13 colonies had a different amount of people living in them. But each of the states wanted their own thing because a lot of the time it was people coming from different ideologies. The South was highly agricultural and was moving on with farming, while the North was rapidly becoming more industrialized. Hush. Even
what
today,
kind of
a lot
farming?
The South is still. A lot of the time, it was organ farming. You see, we had massive amounts of dead bodies that we would just throw down, and then we would cut them open and harvest their organs again and again and again. And then we would pour peroxide on them, the organs would grow back, and we'd keep doing that again and again and again.
The absolute best way.
The reason why Colonel Sanders' chicken, Kentucky Fried Chicken, is because we kept the chickens alive. We just shaved their flesh from them every single year. You see, it takes a chicken a year for its limbs, wings, legs, breasts to grow back, which is why we shave them. That's why we have chicken farms. What, you thought we butchered the entire thing? Oh no, it's so much more barbaric. I do have to say, I'm completely taking the piss right now. None of this is fucking true, guys.
No,
None of this is fucking true.
True.
Because I know for a fucking fact that there's some dumbass out there who would actually hear any of that and just say, "Oh my God, what did they do in the South?" Because there are people who think that Africa is its entire thing. Like Africa is a single country, and they think Texas, New Mexico, and fucking California are countries. It baffles me.
Yeah. Also, let me just say, I still can't get over the fact that out of the 11 parties in the Icelandic government, the Pirate Party is the 6th most popular party.
Really?
Yeah.
But just to...
It has 6 seats of the 63 seats of parliament.
Did you like the Monster Raving
Just to
Loony
answer-
Party, by the way? Was that
I believe it's called the Insanity
Oh no,
Party,
vote for
or
insanity.
Vote for Insanity.
They are the Monster Raving Loony Party.
Vote for Insanity. Okay. I do just want to say, To answer your question about if I wished it was a more European style, I don't know how much it would work here in America. And the reason why is because, well, actually, no. I'm gonna take a step back for a
It's
second.
only
and just
500
say-
votes away from being more popular than the People's Party.
You know what I say?
So-
Bring the pirates. Bring the
Exactly,
pirates.
absolutely. Oh, what the hell is this?
But the whole idea is, in the beginning of our country, we had smaller nations, or we had smaller states. We didn't want one state's government to be completely overshadowed by one such as, say, Virginia. Even though Virginia had a much, much smaller population than, say, New York, New York was still smaller than Virginia in terms of land mass, which it didn't make sense why Virginia, because of how much land it had, would get more votes. Which is why it then started to go off of population for the House of Representatives. For how many people you have in your state, you get a representative. Note, for say Rhode Island, there's only so many people that can fit in Rhode Island. And so, population per mile, or, how much people are in a certain space, it causes its representation to get smaller in the House, to say in the Senate. While in Texas, because we have a large amount of people, and we have a large amount of land, we normally get more representatives in the House. Now, that is how it started. And your way of thinking is you have a group of people who they align with, say, Democratic or Republican or liberal or conservative or libertarian and Green Party or Tea Party or centrists or constitutionalists and nationalists, or as I hate that they exist, or as the totalitarian party and the party.
Well, that just got demonetized.
Yes, there is a
There, 1 hour
there is
42. Marking that.
Sadly, there is party here in the United States.
What about the gay
it is
bondage party? They just fuck each other and yell anti-Semitic remarks whilst they do it to each other. You need to get rid of that as well.
Nah, they're cool. They're not harming anyone except themselves. They're consensual.
They just they really like the uniforms, and they just do them in black leather and just touch each other.
The problem that you'd find is that here in America, the news media, such as CNN and Fox News, they only talk Democratic or Republican. They don't really talk about the Libertarian Party. They don't talk about the Green Party. They don't talk about the Tea Party or the centrists, the Constitutionalists. They don't talk about any other thing than Republican or Democrat. That's why those are our two biggest parties, is because they only talk about that. And so, with our education system being fucked, not teaching any of our young students, any of the new voters, what policies there are, what is happening in current events in the world. Instead, we're learning about Mesopotamia and how it constructed itself. We're also learning how mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, even though none of us are going to grow up to become the next Madame Curie.
Madame Curie was in radiology, not biology, but sure. Why
That's
not?
right. We're learning about radon when none of us are going to become the next Madame Curie.
Yeah,
How
that's
about that? We're learning how to split an atom when none of us are going to become the next Oppenheimer.
Yep. What I would say is, I think it's interesting, okay, because there's parallels to Britain. Because we have the Labour Party and the Conservative parties, our two major parties, and then the other parties actually get the Liberal Democrats and things. They've got more traction, I think, than the American kind of smaller parties. Liberal Democrats are like our kind of centrist party. The Greens are active here and they do very well. we've got more right-leaning parties. So we've got like the like Reform UK, who are more right than the Conservatives. And then there's a Communist Party in the UK, not very large, but they exist.
Forgive me, but I find it like this. Communism, in every instance that it has ever been tried, and it has been put into practice, it fails every time.
It doesn't
fails.
work.
And the reason why communism doesn't work is because it is literally built on equality of people. The problem there being humans were flawed, like I said earlier.
It's too open to corruption.
We want
it's too open to corruption.
Yes.
If we lived in a again, I'll bring it back to Star Trek. If we lived in a Star Trek type society where we had
or say
evolved to the point where we could remove kind of all needs and kind of all you know, then there's a chance it works. But with the current world that we live in, where we don't have food replicators,
now I know
it doesn't work.
I know that you're a I believe you said you're atheistic or agnostic. I believe it was atheistic,
I'm
correct?
To be honest with you, I would say I'm just no religion. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily an atheist. I just don't. I've never looked at religion or faith in any great amount of detail, other than from a purely like educational point of view. I've read the Bible. I've read the Quran. Like an English translation of it.
I've also read the Quran. It is really interesting, as well as the Torah, which is just the first few books of the Christian Bible. But still, I've also read several Hindi and Buddhist texts.
Yeah, like I've read them purely
interesting.
from a standpoint of their interesting and very important books in kind of human development. But I wouldn't say they're a big thing to me. I've read a little bit of the Nordic religion, the Norse religion, Garwen, you know.
Best religion.
The best religion.
Nordic religion, best religion, ain't no question about
I
it.
like a bit of that. I like some rune stones in my my world.
I mean, come on, man. It's just a grand D&D campaign where everybody was high as fuck.
Yeah.
And that just means it's the best religion that ever
I like the
existed.
Norse religion. I think it's got a lot going for it.
So what I wanted to say was, if you look at the beginning of the Christian Bible or the Jewish Torah, you'll see God made us without sin. Now, I'm not saying God in that he made us and you must believe this, but I'm just saying if you believe that, now this is purely hypothetical, if we never got sin, communism would work, because we wouldn't be corrupt, because we wouldn't have sin. Therefore, Christian communism would work.
We also gave us free will, though, didn't he? Or she, or it.
Man, if only Joseph Stalin... Wait, excuse me, not Joseph Stalin. If only Karl Marx was a Catholic, it would have worked.
God, Engels and Marx would have
been
loved.
perfect.
Wait, actually, I think it was Karl Marx either... I think he was Catholic, which is why it allowed for so much corruption.
I'm not sure Marx was Catholic. I think he was... He might have been raised. He might have been raised religiously, but his book views. I don't think he practiced any form of religion. At least when he moved to Britain, because one interesting thing about Marx is he actually spent the latter half of his life in Britain.
Well, that's because he wasn't allowed to write about his
in
original
Germany.
country.
So he came to Britain because we're much more willing to accept random political beliefs. But what I was going to say is communism. I will never say that I'm a communist, because I'm not. I think there are certain things though that work better under public ownership. I think healthcare works better under public ownership. I think transport.
You will not
work better under public ownership.
You will not find an argument here from me. I live in a country where it costs $13,000 to even have a child in moderate
which
comfort.
is ridiculous. You like that is not a way that a country like America, with the amount of capital and resources it has, should function.
It shouldn't be.
No,
a lot of it, you have to have health insurance to. In half the time, you're not even guaranteed that your insurance will cover what you need it to cover.
Which is absolutely disgusting.
It is.
It's
It
another
really is.
world that I don't get it. But equally, okay, there are some things that I think work perfectly well in the private sector. Banking works perfectly well. Finance in the private sector works as it should. It's not very nice, but it works as it should.
Sadly, American banking, a lot of it is tied to the federal bank, which is
Well, I mean, Britain has a centralized bank as well. Like you do need that because you need a difference between monetary and fiscal policy. You do need that there, but there is a line that sometimes gets crossed.
A lot of it is crossed in American banking system, and that's why a lot of people choose to keep physical currency. And even though a lot of people are wanting to say, no, we need digital currency, move everything online, move everything in there, and then I'm just like,
see, Britain. This is one thing we're ahead of the curve on. Is we love digital currency here. Like a huge amount of our transactions now are contactless. We're rapidly going cashless. I'm not sure about Iceland. I don't know about you guys, Garwen, if you're cashless. I don't know if contactless is as popular as it is here.
You can, from at least here in my town, you can go the entire town to just about every shop I at least frequent without any cash.
So the last time I drew out money from an ATM was probably a year ago.
You see, I will say I do agree with going cashless. I'm not against it. However, there's a caveat that I have. If it was completely private, the government, your country's government, or foreign governments could not have any. They could not have any of their fingers dipping into your.
Well, they can't. In the UK,
what I'm saying,
or not in the traditional way.
Thing here is so many people have come out, and the government has also said, yeah, we freeze people's bank accounts if ever we just don't like what they say, or if we think that they're an extremist.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a terrorism law that if you know that.
The problem is that a lot of their extremists are just people who literally just said things that they just don't agree with.
You see,
it's people like me. It's people like me who are saying, I do not like my government, and I don't trust my government. I would be labeled an extremist. I'd be labeled a domestic terrorist for saying, I want the people who are too old in office. I want term limits to get people like Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. I want these people ousted because they're not supporting.
See, it's really funny because America deems itself the land of the free, right? But that's the kind of thing you could say in Britain, and you wouldn't have a problem.
We're the land of the
it would
enslaved.
Be fine. And I'm sure in Iceland you could say that you want to, put term limits, right, on people. I don't know what the laws are at the moment. It would not be an issue.
I honestly don't know of anything you couldn't say
I don't know
that
either.
would get you in legal trouble here. Societal trouble, sure.
Exactly.
Here's the
people
funny
are gonna
thing.
Be people.
The First Amendment, which I'm pretty sure you've heard, the Second Amendment, 2A all the way, give us our guns. Just to say, the First Amendment is the people's right of free speech, free petitioning,
freedom of religion,
free assembly, free religion, and freedom of press shall not be infringed. Meaning, you can worship any god you want to without
the god of tits and wine, Garwen. It's made a return.
Yep.
It still would be nice if the, American populace would uphold to the freedom of religion aspect.
Yeah.
Like anyone who's lived in America and has been a Wiccan or a believer of the Nordic religion, like there's a lot of names for us, they have never lived good over there.
Yeah. And the problem is that, note, so I do want to put it this way. First Amendment means the government in any government institution cannot infringe on the people's rights. Yeah. That doesn't mean that the other people can't be assholes and essentially bash other people.
Yeah, like I'm fully for allowing people to be assholes if they wish to.
Yeah.
I just wish, that when it came to a situation where you're not able to get a job because you believe in this thing, there's something done.
You see, that's where I have a problem, and I agree with you. It's then, But again, the Second Amendment is pretty much the exact same thing. The government cannot take away or completely restrict you from purchasing a firearm. And a lot of people say, oh, well, the founding fathers meant muskets. Here's the problem with that. If the First Amendment also applies to television broadcasts, radio broadcasts, applies to internet access, I'm pretty sure the Second Amendment will cover your shotguns and AR-15s.
It would still be a hilarious experiment if everybody just got a bunch of muskets over there, and that was the only thing they used to home defense or stuff like that for like 5 years, and you'd see how much the death toll would go up.
It would.
Only because of missed shots.
Also, misfires.
The Third Amendment.
They're dangerous things, muskets.
Yes.
The Third Amendment is literally just the government cannot station soldiers. It cannot occupy its soldiers in your cities, in your homes. It is literally to make sure that if martial law is ever called, the government, legally speaking, cannot put its soldiers in the streets and say, yeah, they're just there for your protection, even though what they're actually there for is to enforce the government's complete and utter control. The Founding Fathers literally wrote the Constitution as a guidelines of what the government can and cannot do against its people. And the problem is, a lot of our current congressmen are using it as fucking toilet paper.
I think it's interesting, okay, because there's two ways to look at things, right? Is you have a very cynical and negative view on government. Your point of view is very pessimistic about government rather than optimistic.
I'm pessimistic about my current
but what I'm saying is I personally see a larger state as a good thing. I think if you have a government, you have a set of people that work correctly and they work for the people as they should be, then that's a net benefit to everyone, and that's what you would.
I would agree.
Whereas what you're saying comes from a place of being very negative, obviously, about your government from the experiences that you're witnessing. And
when I've seen my government literally just piss on my people every chance they get, or use us as political bargaining chips, literally treat minorities such as my people as like
because what I mean is you're reacting to that in one way, right? And you're perfectly entitled to. Like, I get it. What I'm saying is, like, I've had in my country 13 years now of conservatives who have wrecked all of the public services in this country. It's a mess. It's a nightmare where we're at the moment. Our current conservative right-leaning government is a nightmare. They've done nothing for the last 10 years. Yeah. Literally, we have schools falling down because they have been that badly maintained over the last decade.
Note.
But
like I said,
like for me,
I believe that
for me here in Iceland, outside of 2008 and a couple of years after that, I haven't had to think about what the fuck a government is here on Iceland that entire time period. Unless, like, I think I've been like 5 times after that period where I've thought, government.
But the only thing I was going to say is but my reaction to that is I don't believe in shrinking the government as a result of that bad kind of management. I think we need changes to the existing infrastructure and the existing government and maybe even to build it up and make it stronger and larger rather than minimize it.
What I am saying is I am not saying to shrink government as a whole. I want to shrink the federal government in community or state governments, as in the people who are literally directly impacted by local areas. because each state, like it or not, has its own economy. Each state has its own ecosystem and climate that affects it in a different way. And to have a giant federal government controlling all of it and keeping every state under its thumb, it doesn't make sense.
So you want
Because,
to create
again,
more cogs, effectively.
Essentially, I'm wanting to shrink the federal government while expanding state governments again, and community, city, and local governments. That way, essentially, there's not really a good way how to say this that
So
doesn't
you want to become the
sound...
United Nations.
So the thing is, right?
In a way, yes.
We
In a way,
have,
yes.
You see, the opposite issue in the UK. Because historically, our local government, our like local councils that manage kind of our different counties, that's what we call a state in the UK, is a county.
They become corrupt.
No, they don't come. It's not as bad as that. They're just useless. They just don't achieve anything. They're terribly managed. You don't get the best people joining your kind of local councils. You get kind of middling, mediocre people. The only ones that get anything done, and mainly because power is centralized at the top at the moment, and it could do with being maybe brought down a little bit. So it's a problem with the system as it is. But what I'm trying to say is you need a strong kind of central government in the UK to make it work. You can't have a devolved system like we don't have. You know, from what I'm aware of in America, your kind of governor's system and your state kind of senates and legislators are quite powerful and are very strong.
The governor is, I will say, the governor in each state, pretty much, if the federal government just decides one day, we don't like what you have to say, the governor's power is pretty much just nullified. Like here in Texas, Greg Abbott, he's our governor. He's been the governor for the past 3-4 terms now. I don't really like him. I like him better than Beto, who is someone who I just can't stand him. Greg Abbott, though, a lot of the time, anytime he says something to get something started here in Texas, such as securing the Texas border, it was immediately vetoed by our current president, and literally just his entire action to secure our border, to keep people from entering our country illegally. Sure, people can come here seeking asylum. Do it the proper way. My mother will tell you, do it the proper way. It may take longer, yes. But you will earn the respect of people around you. You'll be able to earn a job faster. And it'll improve your social standing when you're trying to get a loan, a job, any form of housing.
Has things changed? So does the legal route... How am I going to say this? Do people still... How likely nowadays are you to actually be able to get in going via a legal route into America? What's the actual likelihood now of being granted nowadays compared to like 30 years ago, 40 years ago? You know?
So the problem is a lot of the time it's the people who are currently in their own countries. America gives out visas to select countries, and those countries have different laws on how you can obtain those visas. In Latin American countries, a lot of the time they're given out to employers, and the employers then say, hey, who wants to go to America? And the people are then like, hey, I want to go to America. I want to earn the visa to go to America. I want to earn the citizenship to go to America. And then the employers are like, well, yeah, you're going to have to work for me for like this amount of years until you can have the visa to go to America. And a lot of the time what happens is the employer tricks the employee, and the employee works his time, and the employer at the end of the time is like, oh, well, I sold the visa to a person who had money to go to America. And it then causes the people who really need to go to America to get a better standing.
So that sounds like a mismanagement of the system.
It's the problem is that it's a mismanagement of how each country gives away its or doesn't give away, allows its people to obtain the visas.
What's interesting in that, right, is surely American bureaucracy and American kind of citizenship rights, that should be something that they can directly grant to an individual if that individual is requesting it directly.
If you obtain a visa, That does not mean that you have citizenship.
No, it doesn't mean you have citizenship. But what
You
I mean
have
is,
to-
if America grants a visa right to someone, America should be granting
Mm-hmm.
that visa directly to that individual if they've requested it, not to just a kind of a country as an entity. It should be to just the individual when they request it, right?
We try to. The problem is that a lot of the countries that we do give visas to, it's those countries' direct laws that we have to abide by. Because how often do you hate hearing about the large country disrespects the laws and infrastructure and governments of smaller countries?
But then my question
So
is,
we have
do
to
they have a choice?
We have to observe. America really doesn't really have a choice, because either we're going to get smeared
I'm not
in
saying
the
America
press.
here. I'm saying the people that are applying for a visa, if they can't apply for one and have it work, do they have another option? Is I guess the question that I'm asking.
Yes, and that is to go to the United States border and present a case for asylum.
Okay, and how likely is that to be
way,
granted? I guess is the question.
Most of the time, 80% of the time. And I say 80% of the time. And the reason why it's 20% is because 20% of the people who are coming, normally, they have a criminal record of working for the cartels, working in Latin America.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? It's,
Yeah. So it then just becomes a thing of, oh, you have a record of working for the cartels? Yeah, well, they already have a presence here, and we're trying to stop that presence from being so potent here in America.
Nothing's
it's
clean.
this
Nothing's
real-
clean. Or everything is a grey area.
No.
With anything like this.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah, it
With
really is.
again, with the border system, and why it is such a testy topic with me is because my mother, she came here legally. My abuela, she came here legally. My tías and tío came here legally. Everyone in my family has come here legally, and that is because they were lucky in Mexico. They had a position, and their employers were fairly honest people who gave their visas at the end of their contracts, and mostly those contracts were very short, and they had no hidden agendas, no gray areas, and they were given correctly. Here's the problem. A lot of the people who you hear about getting their visas taken away or completely denied are mostly from the people who have cartel association. Because like it or not, most of the cartels are listed as businesses in Mexico, in Guatemala, in Venezuela, in Honduras. A lot of these cartels, they're already there. And they put themselves as fake or false businesses, as a front. Say the Italian mafia. You could say Lamborghini has ties to the mafia, to the Italian mafia. And you're not far off, because historically it does.
there's a fair amount of Italian businesses that have had some sort of mafia involvement. You can't get away from that.
Same
A lot of
thing.
mattress stores.
And and the thing is that in Hispanic countries, a lot of the time you have the Latin mafias that are, or the Latin cartels that are already there. And you'll find that a lot of their businesses are, funded or kind of fronts for cartel work. So a lot of the people who work at these businesses, most of the time, they don't realize that they're working for the cartel until they get a bit higher up and get a bit more trusted. This happened with a family member of mine who did get denied a visa. And that is because he came up to America seeking asylum. He got denied. He was the 20% who got denied because he worked for the cartel. Of course, he's here now, legally I might add, because he then made an appeal saying, I did not understand this. He lawyered up, got into America legally, and now he has citizenship. He lives out in El Paso. Which is not a good look for our family, because El Paso has a lot of ties to the cartel.
I thought El Paso was a like cartel type.
It has ties to the cartels. But
If you
it's
are
not a
someone
good look.
that
But
has been involved with the cartels, right, and you want to escape that life,
yes.
No,
a lot of the time, that is when you'll find, if you seek asylum here in the United States, like I said, 80% of the time you'll get in. If you have worked for the cartels, you'll be denied, but you'll be kept in holding. Now, a lot of people like to say, oh, holding, that's where they keep you in a cage. No. They literally just kind of keep you in a facility. Now, again, facility, it sounds awful. It makes them sound like cages. It's not. It's pretty much a hotel kind of along the border. And what they do is they make sure, okay, we're going to get you into a court of law, argue your case. We're going to give you a defense attorney, tell them everything. And if you don't, most of the time we'll know. We'll know if you're lying or not, because we have most of
But if your
records
options in that scenario,
and
right?
your documentation.
What if you lose that case?
Yes.
What and let's say you've done something bad enough to the cartel.
Again.
Your option is death, right? If you go back where you came from, you're gonna jump the border, right?
Yes.
Like,
and you see, again, here's the thing though. If you jump the border, more than likely, if you were in with the cartels and you say, I'm trying to escape, guess what America does? They don't send them back to their original country. They say, hey, do you have a country in mind that you think that you can go to? You're not coming here to America, but we're going to get you into a country that we're hoping you
well,
can.
if it was the UK, we would
Because,
send
like
you to Rwanda. That's our most recent stupid policy.
Kind of America kind of does the same. A lot of people that we find that are trying to get out of it, guess where we send them? Chile or Spain.
Okay.
Places that already have a language that they're kind of familiar with. So we're just like, yeah, here are two places that don't really have a lot of ties to the cartels. They don't really have a strong foothold there yet. So again, you're a bit safer there.
But nobody
And we're
ever
just gonna,
expects the
you know,
Spanish
get you.
Inquisition.
No one does. But also, fast forward 50 years, suddenly there's a huge cartel in Spain, and it's all people that try to get asylum in the American border.
So again, it's this really kind of balancing act where we're trying to keep out illegals, because a lot of the time, a lot of people with the illegals have ties to the cartels. And a lot of the cartels are here along the border states, such as Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. MS-13 is one of the most well-known, as you may have heard. But there are so many more that I don't really want to talk about.
Don't worry.
now.
Yeah. It's just an interesting tangent to go on, because in the UK, right,
Yeah.
we haven't had a major kind of organised crime issue really very often. We've had a few.
Yeah.
There's a few gangs in London over the years, and a few kind of things. And there's a drug smuggling thing in the UK that's quite prolific at the moment. But it's not like the mafia or like cartels. It's nothing.
I mean, there's a few children toucher rings, according to some news articles.
There are several things, and some of them were possibly maintained by certain political parties that are currently in power that might have kept these things under wraps.
Same here.
And there might even be a certain royal family member who might. Oh, he's an interesting individual.
Isn't it? Isn't their name like kind? Doesn't it have something to do with like what's on top of the head?
His name's Andrew. He's an interesting individual. He was friends with someone. Oh, what's his name? He's Epstein. Yeah, it's a funny guy.
Epstein.
Best buddies with him. In fact, after Epstein had been, found out to be a raging fucking nutcase, Prince Andrew, to break off their friendship, went on a nice trip to go see him, because it was the honourable thing to do to break up their friendship face to face.
I think a former President Bill Clinton did the same thing.
Interesting.
And I think
It
also
really
Donald
is
Trump.
beautiful to see that despite the time, despite the split, despite the difference between the two countries, there are still traditions you both share.
I do believe a Hunter and a Joe went on a couple of those trips too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm just saying there's a nonce or us.
Of course, he's dead now, so he can't really talk.
The great nonce conspiracy is what it is.
It's not a conspiracy. It's literally that he didn't kill himself, because the amount of dirt that's on his death is phenomenal. Because I'm sorry, the guard wasn't there for 20 minutes because he went to the bathroom for 20 minutes, while also apparently the camera system in front of his cell had a malfunction.
Hell of a shit.
And he must
have had a Vindaloo or a Taco Bell the night before.
And apparently,
No, see. He took his smartphone to the bathroom.
And apparently the bed sheets that are the bed sheets had human handprints around that were imprinted on the neck. It didn't make sense.
I think it is an enjoyable. I think there's a lot of. I'm not too much into this stuff. I'm not. To be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the royal family. That's where most of my hatred comes from. I wish the royal family would just stop. Just stop.
Sod off.
Sod off.
The Queen was great. The rest,
The Queen, right? The Queen, okay, deserves respect purely for the fact that. So for the Queen specifically, where that comes from, right, is she saw World War II. She actively did a small part in World War II. She joined the Women's Auxiliary Air Forces, right, in World War II, and made a contribution to her country.
From what I understand, she basically did as much as she was legally allowed to
exactly.
do at the time.
She did as much as she was legally allowed to do. She learned to drive trucks. She really, she made a real conscious effort to do what she could.
Did
in the
more
time
than
period.
Did more than FDR.
Well, there you go. But he was an ex-polio sufferer, wasn't he? And a rather old gentleman.
So he was to the point where he couldn't move without a wheelchair. He also, I just want to say, on one of the missions aboard the USS Iowa, he went out to attend a conference while meeting with Joseph Stalin,
Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill, thank you. I am over-caffeinated right now. Which I don't know why, but I keep taking a sip because I have an addiction.
Yeah. But the Queen... Oh, no, FDR. So, tell me about the USS Iowa.
So, aboard the USS Iowa, he had to go on it because it was a heavily guarded and weaponized ship. So that the president going across the ocean, it had to be very secret because of the German U-boats and all of that. Yeah. The ship was outfitted with a jacuzzi because FDR couldn't stand, so he couldn't be in the showers. So they had to outfit a jacuzzi with just the right amount of saline in the ship.
That's beautiful.
So here's the fun part, though. George H.W. Bush, John F. Kennedy, and who else?
Who's had the weird sex parties in the jacuzzi?
George H.W. Bush, George Bush Sr.
Hey babe, do you want to see my 15-inch gun?
And John F. Kennedy. Both of those served in World War II, along with Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yeah. But Dwight D. Eisenhower was just kind of... He's a gray blur as a president. Like, he didn't do anything really important.
Brilliant military commander.
amazing, but commander of the only thing he did was he created roads. He institutionalized the American interstates. Which glorious, and he figured out how to do it correctly.
Do you know where that comes from?
It works.
That comes from him going to Europe and having to effectively manage an army, right? And the infrastructure involved with that, the logistics. And seeing
and seeing how fucked it was over there in Europe
to handle the logistics and things for this amount of people. So credit to him, apply your military service and use it for something in the civilian branch. It's very, very good.
Modern day Sun Tzu. Yeah. Congratulations.
But yeah, jacuzzi. I'm waiting for the punchline for this.
Yeah.
I want to hear about Kennedy's sex parties in the jacuzzi.
I want to know how many women were seduced into this military jacuzzi.
So here's the fun part. FDR, while aboard the USS Iowa, he was never really in combat. But there was a torpedo that was launched at the USS Iowa. It was launched from a U.S. ship.
Yeah, that's so...
manned by a bunch of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who knew nothing about what the fuck they were doing.
Literally, why does that make sense?
And here's the fun part. When the USS Iowa heard from... what?
I think it was a destroyer, wasn't it?
What was the ship? It was a destroyer.
I've heard
what
this
was
story.
The
I
ship's
can't
name?
remember the name of the destroyer.
Yes.
I don't think I have.
It was the U.S. Navy's unluckiest ship.
It hasn't got a good service history.
The USS Porter. That's it. The USS Porter. So the Porter, it was armed by a very young crew. It should not have been manned by this many young people and people who were completely new to the military. Even the commander aboard the ship was new to the Navy. And FDR, being the absolute baller that he was, when he heard the ship has a torpedo running to it, he was like, hey, could you wheel me to the side of the ship? I want to look at this. And what he really said was, I want to look the torpedo in the eye when I watch it hit the ship.
So just quickly, the only thing I'm going to say about that is the track history of American torpedoes in World War II is not very good. So there was only a 50-50 chance it was going to detonate.
So here's the thing. The USS Iowa at the time, it was the biggest ship America had produced for the time. And here's the funny part. It fucking missed.
That doesn't surprise me.
It was the biggest target in the entire area. And the torpedo was locked dead on onto the USS Iowa.
RPG, aiming it at New York and missing.
It missed by 50 meters. They call it the world's unluckiest ship for a reason. But you have to say, the ship may have the most unlucky track history, but the crew is the luckiest motherfuckers.
If you want to read up on dodgy, unreliable US torpedoes, the Mark 14 is a rabbit hole that you can fall into.
I
it's
know
very
about
enjoyable to read about. It's a fun one.
I think it only had like a 40% hit rate that it actually detonated.
It had a major. So there are stories of Japanese soldiers, like or even merchantmen, hearing like something hit the side of thuds.
Yes,
hitting the side of like ships and being like, oh, that's strange. They're just getting on and just being like, it's really funny.
I can just imagine dolphins are there.
So here's the funny part. The USS Porter, while leaving port with the USS Iowa, it hit 3 ships on its way out.
It's classic.
It nearly beached itself too.
pretty amazing.
And the crew was then sent to protect the president.
God, someone
God,
did
I
not look
love
at the
our
service
military.
record.
I'm gonna say
So
the Queen, okay, by comparison to that, like you've got to give her credit, okay, because World War
I give her
II,
credit because
she served during World War II. She was only young as well. She was like 18 at the time. Then her father died, literally, only 7 years after World War II. She ascended to the throne, I think, when she was like in her early 20s. Can you imagine in the 1950s, the early 50s, ascending to the throne and being surrounded by a bunch of grizzled white men who are looking at you as a small girl and being like, "What the fuck? Who are you?
You
like,
can't
what
do
you
this."
know? Like, can you imagine? Then, on top of that, you're not dealing with Britain of the 1920s or the 10s or the 1900s. You're dealing with Britain on the decline. The post-World War II Britain that is watching all of its prestige, all of its colonies disappearing out from under it. And you, as the head of that state, the Empress of, like, India, the ex-Empress of India, are watching, like, effectively your family's lineage, your family's history disappear from under you, and you've got to keep a straight face. I give the Queen some credit for managing that, and the fact that Britain has decent relations with half of the countries that we have decent relations with, like nowadays, the fact that people want to talk to us
because of her.
is bonkers, considering some of the things we've done on the world stage. Like,
She's also, from what I hear, she's also rather famous for the ability to keep a straight face.
Yeah,
and
so
voice.
she was famous for just being stoic and not.
Yeah, like I keep hearing a story of I don't know if she went to America or if she went somewhere else where they were testing some Secret Service people. And at the end, or some special OST people, and she was acting as the hostage in that situation. And they basically came in, shooting and whatnot with an actual live ammunition. And while she was sitting there calmly, her bodyguard was hiding under her chair.
But that wouldn't surprise me. But what I was going to say is she's had to live through all that. Then worse as well, you've had the IRA and the whole Irish stuff, and she had family members, people that she knew, die, blown up. Okay, and then what did she do? She actively went and met with Irish Republicans and attempted to at least talk to them and reach a settlement. Now, it would have been very easy for someone to say, "You blew up my friends, you blew up my family, I'm not having anything to do with you." The fact that she did actively, attempt reconciliation, okay, an attempt to make an effort, okay, and acknowledge things that Britain was not doing well, you have to give some credit where it's due for these things. So I have a begrudging respect for her achievements, because she did do a lot of good things. But the moment she passed away, that's it. The rest of them, the nonce in chief and Prince Charles and William and all the rest of them, honestly, you Americans, you seem to have a fascination with all of them. You can have them. I want you. You can have them all over there. Okay.
The only fascination,
honestly, I don't think you'll find a person you can speak to who would argue that anyone in the royal family is any kind of decent besides
That's what I mean.
Queen.
Like, you can have them. Like, I see all these things in America.
So
you guys
the
have like
only
a news
person
thing
who
where you like talk about like British monarchy, and all the British people in this country are like, "What the fuck?" Like, none of us give a shit.
So the only fascination I have is with Harry and Meghan Markle, and the reason why is because she is just an absolute fucking nutcase.
I don't.
Like, that's all I
I
can
don't
say.
know the names. Is that the American woman who married in there, then wanted everything to be done her way and screw the traditions she's going into?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Essentially, I'm just fascinated by that because I'm watching Prince Harry. He looks like he's being abused, like psychologically. No, seriously, he looks like he's.
I actually love the fact, right,
He looks
that she married into the British royal family, known for not changing traditions for hundreds of years. Like, and
then expecting them to
things
change traditions for her.
Like, I mean,
and then she called them racist because
if you look at like Diana, for example, right, who the country loved like more than anything, even she couldn't get them to change anything at all.
Change.
So if she seriously thought she was going to go in, right, and revamp the royal family and bring them into the 21st century, there's more chance of pigs flying. Especially, she's not even marrying the one in line for the throne. Like, I'm not being funny. If you were marrying William, like maybe.
The only things he's managed to do is make an absolute embarrassment of herself and make a formerly somewhat respected prince an absolute laughingstock.
Garwen. No one.
I'm talking
Harry
international views, not
Harry was
what
never
not
respected.
people that actually know shit.
He was always seen as just kind of the pretty boy who is the son of Diana, that's kind of the only.
He was
thing
the
that
one
he
that
was
the
ever
girls
known
wanted, like little girls wanted to marry. Do you know what I mean? He's the like cute prince. You know?
He was the Prince Charming of the royal family, and that's pretty much why Meghan Markle married him, because that's his entire personality.
That's the point I'm bringing. Like before her, like people like me who. You seen how little I paid attention to politics, let alone the royal family.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even know I had a politics here. Like to people like me, you know, the general individual, and the Prince, whatever the fuck his name was, like our general consensus was effectively, he's probably decent. And then she came and we're like, oh, he's a fucking idiot, he's a fucking retard.
I'm sending some imagery at the moment that I will not be sharing on this me talking it through, but I'm making my opinions on the royal family very well known right now.
Oh, I thought he was telling me.
Dang!
Let's just say I wish that we could. The only thing that worries me, right, with Britain is if we offered people the chance to vote for a president, if we switch to a presidential system, you can guarantee that Britain would make the worst possible choice. Don't
switch to presidencies. You'd be
look,
better
look.
off having
think of it this way: America is basically the testing pot for Britain presidency. You can see how that's going.
Oh my god. That would be brilliant. Oh my god.
So I do want to say how the presidency started. I will say it was good.
Yeah.
The problem is that corruption has seeped its nasty fingers inside of our government, and it's just kind of
the way it started was the non-British way, the American way, and then it became the American way, the potentially British way.
A lot of it started when the Republicans way back in 1890 decided to really go heavy into prohibition and get rid of America.
We just want to drink, goddammit.
No, because then it set a precedent of people of the government taking away the people's right to do something, not to give it a freedom or enact something that it should do, but that it cannot do this. This is absolutely prohibited by the United States government.
God.
Say again, AFG?
I wasn't saying anything. I was just thinking, like, you know, I can't imagine a government in the UK ever, like, we might not have guns. If you tried to take alcohol away from a British person, okay, I can guarantee to you that they would be Guy Fawkesing again. It wouldn't be long.
So the reason why, I will say the reason why is because it started as the women's temperance movement. It was literally the women's temperance movement was just a group of Christian women praying in the street saying, hey, can we not have our husbands coming home every single night absolutely smashed? Literally, that's all they were saying was, can we not have our husbands beat us every single night because they're drunk?
Yeah.
And then a man named Wayne Wheeler decided to say alcohol is evil, even though the Christian women's temperance movement was literally, it had a broad spectrum of things that it wanted to do, such as school reform. It wanted to modernize the schools a bit. because American schools were slipping behind in the large area. Also, it wanted to institutionalize a lunch program where the schools began to serve lunches there and began to teach how to grow vegetables in a community garden. It sounds absolutely lovely. And the problem is that Wayne Wheeler, the anti-saloon league, became a very popular thing in America. That is actually what they're called. And what they did was they created cross-platform politics, which is essentially they told the Christian conservatives that the people coming in from outside of the country, they were here to fuel America's alcohol-fueled debauchery and give all of their money to that and ruin America. They then went to the liberal progressives and said that a bunch of people come here to America looking for a better life, but then they always end up in the gutter because they fall into America's drinking problem. They then went to the black neighborhoods and said, this is the reason why you're stifled in progress. It's definitely not because people in power are keeping you down. It's because of alcohol. White racists were told that alcohol would make the African Americans brutish and would make them drink white blood.
Jesus.
I'm not exaggerating. These are actual.
Buck wild. Absolutely buck wild.
No, the capitalist factory owners were told that it would make their workers lazy. Okay, that seems reasonable. And the workers were then told it makes your owners and union leaders, it makes them unhonest and, corrupt. Again, makes sense. But pretty much in the most confusing point in America's, political history, everyone on either side agreed on one thing. Alcohol was bad. All because a single man in his 50s decided alcohol is evil and I'm gonna make it everyone's problem.
I like this. I mean, why the hell not?
It got to the... And here's the thing, when American Prohibition came into being, no one could really see corruption in the government. No one really saw it. It was almost unheard of that there was corruption in the government. Sure, there was hypocrisy, but it was almost always called out. And it was not allowed. The government was very straightforward with what was going on. And then Prohibition came around. And I'm guessing you've heard of Al Capone. Yeah, you've heard of the Purple Gang.
We had a bit of that at school. And, we did learn a little bit on Prohibition when we were at school, but it wasn't...
I'm guessing you've also heard of Charles King Solomon. Yeah, so these were mafia heads here in America. Each city had its big gun. Each one had its big wig. And that is when you started to see corruption on city board levels. And you also started to see it a lot more in the government. The reason why is because of bribes. People started to take money to allow alcohol in places. Speakeasies. No one was following the laws anymore. No one was respecting the government. No one was respecting the laws. State governments were pretty much dragged through the mud by the federal government when Prohibition was repealed, saying it's the state government's fault, taking away more rights that the states already had. Literally another reason why I hate the federal government and want state rights back is because each state should be allowed to do certain things, which the federal government took away because apparently the states are at fault, even though it was the federal government who enacted Prohibition, the federal government who started taking the most bribes to allow these things to happen, and fucking Herbert Hoover, the fucking person who finally allowed Prohibition to be actually, no, it wasn't even him that allowed Prohibition to be repealed. It was actually FDR. fucking R, who repealed Prohibition by enacting the Beer Act. The Beer Act was that way they could start having beer again. Not whiskey, not anything else. It was beer.
This is
It pisses me off because this is where I really just, I want to strangle a bunch of people in my government because Herbert Hoover, literally, he asked for a census on how many people are happy with prohibition and what it has caused and what it has done for America. There was only a 2% of people saying it's good. The rest of the 98% of people on the census said it's bad. It has done this, this, and this. Herbert Hoover said, yeah, prohibition is good. It's done good for America. It's literally the Karen looking for anything that is anti-vax, finding that one extremely biased news article and picking it as her source instead of the 10 billion pro-vaccine. Yeah. It really annoys me.
It's very interesting, you know, like
because here's the thing. Herbert Hoover also was the reason why the CIA has so much power that it does today in terms of censoring American citizens. He's also the reason why the FBI is able to raid people's homes in the way that they do.
We love our American state infrastructure. You know, we love our law enforcement, don't we, guys? We think they're really good.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
in case.
There's nothing wrong with law enforcement.
No,
anywhere.
we love them.
No. At least they are standing for
Fuck the FBI. Fuck the FBI, fuck the CIA, fuck the ATF. I fucking hate all of you fucking piece of shit institutions that are directly controlled by the federal government.
FBI agent listening, we do not share Jay's views.
I'm sorry. Chuck agrees with me. Chuck agrees with me, and I know him. He types... Hold on, wait, I'm getting a message on my phone.
They've ordered the missile strike. It's on its way. You know, they're gonna take him out.
Chuck just told me to change.
There'll be a surprise gas explosion in my apartment.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, Chuck just told me to change the subject, so I'm gonna change the subject because he's looking out for me.
Oh, poor old Chuck.
That's good. That's good. But like speaking of prohibition, there in 1918 there was prohibition on Iceland where they banned all alcohol. Yeah, just all of it. From what I've managed to find out, it took less than a year for massive smuggling rings to pop up.
You see, here in America, over 40 years, the smuggling rings were in on pretty much the first day.
Yeah.
No, the reason why is because bootleggers would literally go to what is called Rum Row. It's still a place today where there are ships that come in from the Caribbean and port just outside of the United States nautical
of the Caribbean, or Caribbean, as we would say in the UK.
Caribbean.
But yeah, like in a year, like it is honestly really hilarious. It's like less than a year, smugglings pop up on Iceland, a tiny ass country connected to nothing. Where are they smuggling this from? Where did they come from?
Moonshiners. The reason why we have moonshine.
It's fucking hilarious. And
the reason
also,
why we
not
have
to mention, less than a decade later. Oh no. Okay, certain wines. Okay, they're allowed. Then every year, every couple of years, okay, this is allowed, this is allowed, this is allowed, until finally, in 1980s, okay, fine, this isn't working, okay, you have it back, fine.
But again, like I was saying though, with Hoover, he institutionalized a lot of agencies like today with the CIA and the FBI. They were already there. The problem was they didn't have as much power as they do today. They didn't have absolute authority to just ransack you or raid you. The CIA now, a lot of people already know about the black operations that go on because of the CIA. Of course, nowadays we have what is called the Black Ops movement, which the Black Ops games, just gonna say, do not believe a single fucking thing that they tell you. It's just not true. Most of the black operations is literally just espionage going on in other countries. Literally people that are assassinating public figures and public speakers that are making really good headway in other countries, or in this country in particular, and making it look like accidents.
So, that's
Bob Ross would be proud of how many happy little accidents happen to people who are actually doing a good thing.
So, the same thing most organizations of any significant size have been doing throughout all of history.
Yeah, and do you know what the funniest thing is? Hoover was a fucking Republican. All of the prohibitionists were pretty much Republicans. And it baffles me, because for some reason, the Republicans are like, oh, we're all about freedom. And then when I look at their track record, I'm just like, you took away people's right to drink. You also took away part of the people's right of free speech and freedom of press and petition and assembly. It really annoys me.
I just like some of the British stories that revolve around pubs. I think some of them are great.
I love Britain, man. It's fucking
like, we're a weird country.
God.
Oh wait, I should do the round table of British dialects, because we mentioned this earlier. So yes.
Oh yes,
so
we did.
I will give a bit of a. I'll move us away from depressing prohibition and onto stupid British accents. So, for such a small country, we really do have a lot of regional dialects. It's a little bit bizarre when you kind of think about it, and a lot of it is actually very kind of in a lot of historical precedent. So a little bit of English history for the uninitiated. I don't know, how's your English history, guys? You're any good, or?
It depends.
Are
we talking British literature? Because then I can go
we're talking
back.
we're talking like
Okay.
purely historical events. Like,
okay, are we starting at the 1300s?
I probably know more than 50% of people. Probably know less than 40%.
Okay, are we starting at 1300s?
No, we're going before then.
Okay, once we get to the 1300s, then I'll understand.
Well, anyway, all I was going to say is that a lot of the regional dialects, the reason English functions in the way it does, because it's an amalgamation of a lot of different languages. So it's an amalgam.
I believe Celtic, Scandinavian languages, or Norse, Old Norse, the Saxon dialect, which was a Germanic dialect, Latin, when the Romans had come over here, and the Norman dialect, otherwise known as French or Scando-French, which again is.
I don't know if you said it as well. The original like English kind of Celtic Welsh language.
Celtic.
I don't know if you said that first.
Yeah,
but
Celtic,
that
yes.
was the. So yeah, there's a lot of melting pot that occurs.
There's 5 languages
but
all
when
meshed up.
when you look at the timeline, right, of different conquering nations and kind of when Britain was conquered, so. Obviously, in Wales and Scotland, they were never conquered by the Romans. So their regional dialects are a little bit different from other parts of the UK, just by virtue of the fact that they, didn't quite have that same amount of osmosis in there. Then you've got the Anglo-Saxons, so the Saxons that came over.
But did they have the Jones?
Sorry?
They didn't have the same amount of osmosis, but did they have
terrible.
the Jones?
Shocking. Absolutely shocking. But then you've got the Saxons that come over, right? And they kind of take over from the Romans, and they're there for quite a long time. Now, under the Saxon rule, they established a lot of the kind of modern day British counties. So Wessex, which is now Dorset, Essex, like all of these kind of names and things all date from that time period. So a lot of the wording, the Old English, a lot of it is Saxon based. Then,
so I love how there's Wessex, Essex,
yes.
and Sussex, which is west, east, and south, but there's no Nussex.
The reason for that is what we're about to say. So when the Norse nations invaded, so modern day Norway, Sweden, when they invaded, they set up in the more northern area, so anywhere kind of north of London. That was under what we called the Dane law.
I believe.
Yeah,
York?
so York, but it's quite a large amount of the UK. In fact, more of the UK was owned by Norse countries at one point than it was by actual Saxons. And that was under the Dane law. Now, the Dane law is interesting because the Dane law was one of the most kind of culturally enriching moments for Britain. A lot of people think of Vikings and they think of plunder and murder, and that is not the case. The Vikings were some of the most kind of
Think
culturally...
colonists.
Well, specifically, the occupation of going on a Viking was raiding and whatnot.
But the people were very culturally enriched and brought a lot of modern day law and a lot of our basis for law with them and built up. But from a language perspective, so you're already seeing kind of a north-south divide happening. You've got like the Saxon, more Germanic, like the more Latin kind of area, and then you've got the kind of Dane-Norse kind of area coming together, and you've got this building up kind of together into one melting pot, really. Then you've got the Normans. So once we push the Dane law out, once the Saxons kind of conquered the whole of England, then the Normans arrive and they bring French with them, or an early version of French. And when that comes along, all the nobles, all the nobility start speaking French, and that's the direction that goes in. And then that blends with it. You can see this is all like building on top of one another to get to like the modern day.
And I believe at that point we begin to see English.
Yeah. So
not English.
At that
English.
point, that's.
I still say pushing the Scandinavians out of your country was the worst mistake Britain ever made.
Yeah, that's an interesting take, to be honest with you. I think there's an argument for that. There really is, because Britain and kind of Scotland, I'm more leaning towards Scotland here, has always had quite a large, and Ireland, especially Ireland and Scotland, they've had quite a large Norse kind of history kind of ingrained with them. There's a reason why there's a lot of gingers. Let's just put it that way, especially in Iceland, because the good old Vikings would come a Viking down to Ireland, take all the good-looking women, and then move them up.
Hey, there's a reason why we're the prettiest people in the world.
So, like, that was not unusual.
But also, think of the potential. Think of, like, this section of the world owned entirely by the Scandinavian powers. This ocean, all Scandinavian.
It would have been a work of art.
Garwen, hold up. I'm sorry. The prettiest people in the world. Then why am I not attracted to any of your people? Why am I attracted to fucking sexy big ass booty?
We can't explain
Latinas?
You, like
Yeah, like Jay. There's no explaining bad taste.
I'm attracted to my own fucking nationality.
Ooh, okay.
Hey. Do we have an explanation?
I'm
You're just
attracted
racist.
to everything. So,
Hey, you've heard it here first.
See?
Hey, you
AFG
heard it
gets
here,
it.
folks. I am racist. I, the only person of color here, am racist.
Absolutely.
So,
Yes.
like, regional dialects, okay? So, coming up to, like, modern times, you've got a starting language, right, that's already very diverse. Then,
Yeah.
Britain as a whole, everyone likes to think we're very kind of... We're all the same, right? And we're very similar. There's quite a lot of individual, independent identities across Britain. It's a very... It is not a very kind of welcoming place. Let's put it that way. If you're not from the area, right, that you grew up in. So, like... And those regional dialects are a way of keeping outsiders out of your conversations. Because we're on top of each other. We're like sardines. Like, there's like 60 minutes...
Like, I actually find it really funny. Like, the way you're describing Britain right now, is effectively how all of Europe was for near all of time.
Yeah, like, it's a way of having a conversation, right? You can go to East London, you can speak in Cockney, and someone not from East London doesn't understand you. And it's a way to have a private conversation, effectively. Now, there are so many accents. Like, you've got Brummie, you've got Geordie, you've got Scouse, you've got Cockney, you've got, like, my southern kind of dialect, which I'm not being funny. I speak mostly like posho English. So a lot of people in Britain think I have a posh accent. Even though I don't. I didn't go to private school or anything like that. I'm just a comprehensive working class piece of shit. But I just learned to speak properly.
So you only sold a part
yes.
of your soul. You're still safe.
So as you may know, America has something very similar, and it makes sense for being such a big country. However, I do just want to say, a lot of people, especially here in America, will make fun of me for saying y'all ain't.
I find that cute.
Gray. Oh, thank
adorable.
you. Lovely. Some people, I've actually been slapped by a woman for calling her, hey, Mrs.
Okay.
The fuck?
I've been slapped by
Was it
that
because she was married?
because in the South,
Oh, okay.
no. Mrs. is correct.
Oh, okay.
Mrs. is correct for
Oh, that's it.
marriage. Miss
Yes,
is
that's
if
it.
you're
Was she not married?
neither one. Well, she wasn't married. The problem is that you always call her Mrs. In the South, it is proper to call a woman Mrs. The reason why? Because it's a woman. She is a Mrs. of someone. Could be she is the Mrs. of her father. Do not take that the wrong way. Do not make this an Alabama thing.
I wasn't.
No.
I was gonna make the joke of Mrs. She's missed by someone.
She's
Yeah,
mystifying.
So, again, in Georgia, if you ever go into any restaurant, more than likely the waiter or waitress is going to say, "What can I get you, honey?" Honey, a term of endearment. And in the South, it's normal.
They say that in this country as well. People get called honey all the time. It's normal.
Another one is love.
They say that here as well.
What can I get you,
It's-
love?
Yeah.
Fair. If you go north, hey fucker, what can I get you? Why the fuck are you here? Get the fuck out. Fuck you.
Now
Every other word
that's
is the
something
F word.
I understand from Britain. That's the literally the go-to response is, what the fuck do you want? Like, you know, like,
that.
No, in the so in the South, have you ever heard of Southern
I have,
hospitality?
yeah. Just
Okay,
sounds like
so
off-brand British
it's not
hospitality, but I'll accept it.
No, so Southern hospitality is literally someone can show up on your doorstep. You have no idea who this person is. More than likely, by the end of the night, they're going to have dinner with you 3 times a week, and they're now going to call you uncle. If you're a guy, they're going to call you uncle from that day forward if they're younger. If they're older than you, they're going to call you bud or champ.
So if me
One of the two.
turns up on some random
Yes.
person's house in Southern America, they're gonna let me in and feed me.
Depends on the city. If you're in Atlanta, Georgia, they're gonna shoot you. If you're in Mobile, Alabama, they're gonna shoot you. If you're in Louisiana, if you're in New Orleans, they're gonna feed you. Oh God, are they gonna feed you? You're not gonna be able.
As long
to
as they're
close
not
your
trying
mouth
to feed me
because
or
they're
someone
just
else.
going to-
AFG, I think I've just invented a new Russian
Oh my
roulette
god,
game.
let's go. We can go Russian.
We get a map. We get a map of the South of America. We throw a dart, and we don't research anything. We just show up on the doorstep.
What we do is, okay, you dress in like your most dirty bondage outfit, okay, and I'll lead you round in a lead, okay, in Atlanta, Georgia, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Look at Jay's face.
Do you want to know what happens? Before you even do it, do you want to know what happens? Because I know what will happen. First things first. The black community is just going to look at you, and one of them, who is more than likely going to be the leader, is then just going to hold up a gun and shoot one of you. And then the Mexicans are going to come up, spit on you, start kicking you, and then they're going to shoot you. And then the whites are going to come up and be like, oh no, what happened to them? And then they're going to shoot you. And then the Asians are going to come up. They're going to look at you, figure out how you died, and then they're going to shoot you. Then they're going to go away. Then the police are going to come up and say, they died in a car crash. And then they're going to shoot you again just to make sure, because, you know, it's Atlanta.
Well, I mean, this has been a very beautiful experience. I
can guarantee you, within seconds, if you are in, like, a BDSM outfit in Atlanta, Georgia, some Christian conservative is going to pull by and scream, "You're the reason this country is going to hell." And they're going to shoot you.
Oh my god, it sounds brilliant. I am so wanting to do this.
It really fucking
honestly,
does.
like I went to Bloodstock recently, right? And I saw a lady in like her best dominatrix outfit, right, leading this guy around in a little, like, he was like her little dog, just wandering him around this festival in the mud. And it was hilarious. Like, she's there every year, this lady. I always spot her a mile away. And I'm just like, I just wonder, like, what happened to him? What went on in his life? I want to know his story. I want to know why he likes to be wandered around by this girl and woof, like, repeatedly.
You're not even, like, confused by them doing it in public. You just want to know what happened to the guy. I just want to know
what's his story.
What broke him to this point?
What happened to him? What did he experience? Was it like, what were his options, right? Was it be dog boy and wear the dog mask? Or was it become a, like, murderer, like, rapist weirdo? Like, was that, like, his options? And he was like, you know what? I would rather just, like, lick my mistress's boots, okay, and just, like, do that, okay, and get pegged every now and then, right? Instead of becoming like John Doe from Seven. Like, that was his options, right? That went through his mind. I just love it. Like, but what I mean is, like, that kind of festival and things, like, I'm used to, like, this kind of stuff.
No, if you dress up like that in New Orleans, depending on the
it pleases
oh my
me
god,
to
could we go
please you.
to, because
if
just quickly, I this might surprise you guys. I am actually heterosexual, so I'm not actually bi even. I'm
Garwen, we have a straight on our show.
Man, all my plans falling apart.
So,
it's okay.
But I am very comfortable in myself, and
which is why I love
like,
it, man.
for a straight at least. Like, I go to one of the, like, gay bars near me, and they're like, you're okay for a straight. But, like, yeah, you know.
I can see it.
Okay, so I believe me and Garwen can both say we hate is a strong word. We don't like it when people of our community, like, hate on the street people.
Yeah.
Because there is a point
There's a hard dislike there.
Yeah, I know of a lot of people in our community who genuinely hate straight people. And there is a person on TikTok who genuinely preaches and believes being straight is a mutation.
Yeah.
Which, considering human physiology and how reproduction occurs.
Like, if he wants to bring up this subject and argument, then unfortunately he's going to find that gays/biness is the mutation.
It is,
and it's a
mutation
beautiful mutation
of the mind, not.
It really is.
It is.
Never been happier.
But the only thing where I was going with this is, right,
it's just annoying.
I would love, okay, to, like, rock up to one of those weirdo gay conversion places, right, in, like, a full bondage outfit, and just, like, start going round, right, reading, like, the LaVeyan Satanist Bible out, just round these people and going, you know, like, just it would be beautiful. Like, I would live for it. Like, to.
Oh, please. Okay. Here's the plan. You find one of these communities You find the gear. I show up. We both dress up, and Jay, you hold the camera, and you hide somewhere.
I'm going to be holding my Bible in my hands with a crucifix in the other. I'll have on the GoPro on my head.
Yeah.
And I'll just be going through this. Note, guys, last episode, we were talking about how I am a member of the BDSM community. And the thing is, you would never know unless I start talking about it in detail. Most of the time, you would never understand I am pansexual until I start talking about it. And that's the difference between me and Garwen, is that you can tell literally just by his first few words, because he's like, oh my god, and he's fairly flamboyant. Even in his Icelandic accent, he's very flamboyant. AFG, I actually thought he was bi until this point.
No, he's not bi. He's just.
I've had people.
He's an extremely.
See, I'm one of
confident
these people,
straight
right?
boy.
And I've lived my entire life out there as a straight guy, and I find it really difficult.
Please stop! Please stop! Please stop! Please stop! Oh god, you belong in California! Oh dear god, go to Austin! Die! Die in a fire!
I love it.
Oh!
You see, I live my best life, and unfortunately, I'm just not attracted to men.
No!
I'm just not.
Oh, I love it.
Like, I have tried so
Stop.
hard.
Stop!
Yes.
Oh god. I know people that sound exactly like that, and I hate them. There's one of those guys in my class. I genuinely despise them because anytime I hear... Note, I dislike the flamboyant gay, and the reason why is because if you're going to show up your pride... No,
It's like a
I
firework
really hate
display.
the Elton John. I hate the Elton John level of
I'm
flamboyance.
still standing.
It annoys me because it's like... Because they become the stereotype that everyone expects us to be. And it just gets to the point where it's like...
Like, I have to say, like, I don't like the Elton John like type of gay, but man, do I love Elton John.
I love Elton John. I love his
How
music.
about
I
Rob-
think he's
how about
an
Rob
extremely
Halford?
talented musician.
From Judas Priest. I don't know if you know.
I don't know. I don't know
I'll get a
enough
picture
about
of
that.
him.
No, but
He's
Rod
Rob
Howard, you said?
Halford. He's quite well known. He's the lead singer of Judas Priest, but he came out of as gay years ago. He's like kind of a biker looking gay person. He's quite well known for his kind of flamboyant.
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
an older
so-
guy now.
Yeah,
But
I kinda like
what I
that.
find most shocking is, right, this is like him from his heyday in like the 80s, okay? And people didn't think he was gay.
That was the
No, I know.
80s.
But
Yeah, it was
like
the
he's
80s.
he's definitely got a certain if you
God, that's a lot of.
Oh no,
leverage,
no, that's the same picture
Yeah.
again. Why? Come on, here we go. He's a absolute work of art. He's truly a beautiful man. Like
Oh yeah.
really is.
No, like to me that level just it preaches to me this person is from the 80s. But that's kind of all it does to me. But currently it's the people that genuinely like how do I say this without offending people? There's really not any good way how to say it. The drag queens, if you're gonna do drag, go ahead, but don't parade it around and expect everyone to love it. And it just it grinds me.
I quite like the drag scene. I quite like the because there's quite a lot of drag artists like near me. It's quite a ingrained, and although I think British drag culture is quite a bit different from American drag culture. American drag culture is it seems to value beauty and like looking like a woman, like very much important.
No.
Like, it
Well-
seems to, like, from an outside perspective,
It looks more. they're trying to look.
That's
more
what I mean,
Barbie
like that
dollish.
pretty kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas, like in British
Yeah.
drag culture, British drag culture is actually quite old. It's quite ingrained in British culture.
Oh, yeah.
Like drag performance. So like I grew up watching drag performers on TV. It's quite normalized in the UK. Where
Fair.
But
But
all I
no,
was going to say
here
is like
in America,
like comedy, right? And that kind of thing is
Yeah.
a very important part of like British drag culture. It's like
Oh.
very in
I understand that, but here in America, it is much more overtly sexualized than what it should. And when I say sexualized, I genuinely mean sexualized. Would you say that a person in a spandex a spandex unitard that only it shows all the thighs and it's pretty much only covering up the crotch region and the
sounds like a
nipple
Friday
region.
night.
Do you think it should be around children?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on the context, doesn't it? For starters, I don't think children should be in like a club environment. Like what I mean is like if someone's doing a drag show,
do I.
right, and it's in a club environment, then why is a child in a club? I wouldn't expect a child to be where I'm based, for example, and out at like 2 a.m. Like like that shouldn't.
Here is my. The thing is that here in America, drag is kind of being a bit more normalized. Like I said, I'm fine if you do drag. Just don't go out in public and expect people to agree with you in
But I
every
think
little thing.
If
Don't
someone
demand.
is like reading like a children's book, right, and they're in drag, I don't see a problem with that. I think that's just a representation.
As long
That's
as
what I
they're
mean,
dressed
long as they're-
appropriately for
that's
the
a-
situation.
That's exactly
I'm
what
fine
I'm
with it.
saying. As long
Dressed
as they're dressed appropriately
appropriately.
for the situation, and like it's like the ending of like Mrs. Doubtfire, right? Where he's
Yeah.
like-
No, the key word there is appropriately. The problem is that we're seeing so many of these drag story time sessions. We're seeing more and more of these drag performers putting on more and more sexualized clothing, where, like I said, it's a one-piece suit that only, like, it cuts off at the crotch and pretty much shows off all of the legs, and it goes so far to the point where the person will twerk and also do other sexualized acts. Note, they're not doing these directly to the children, but they're doing them in front of the children, and sometimes some of the stories are not suitable for children. And when I say not suitable for children, they have sexualized acts implied inside.
You'd know more about it than me. The only thing I would say to that is lots of media, right? Lots of like children's media has implied sexual undertones.
Oh.
Like lots of things.
Let's take the Cars movie, for example, where literally in the very beginning of the movie, Lightning McQueen is presented with two of his big fans,
Yeah, who-
both are
yeah.
female presenting, and then they show
flash
their
it.
headlights. They flash their
Yeah,
headlights.
So do you know what I mean? I think
Yeah.
there's a wider societal thing there about like,
Yeah.
Note,
you know,
the
Still,
difference
there's a
is
difference with that
between
and what I
subtle
believe Jay is
and
describing.
being overt. When you're being subtle about it, like in the Cars movie, where it's so much to the point where, as a kid, you would never figure out what that is until you turned, like, say, 15, 16 years old, when you're like, oh, headlights are a innuendo to what I really like right now.
I would
What
have been there
just
at like
figured out.
13.
No, I
You
never.
see, I was really dumb. I didn't figure it out until I was 18.
Yeah, but again, like it was
Specifically
these-
that scenario, that
There's
I
a difference
didn't
between
understand
being-
enough about anything that was going on
There's a
there.
difference between being subtle and being just pretty much.
You're part of this
implied
community, right?
sexual
You're gonna know
acts.
more than me because I'm just like a straight guy that
I'm part of the community, but my community doesn't want me to be a part because I kind of dislike having the community be what it is now, which is a highly politicized group of people who just kind of want more superiority or more equality, even though we are equals. We have gay marriage. We talked about it in last episode where the queer community has gotten the institution of marriage to incorporate them, not as a union but as
a good thing.
Marriage.
You know,
the Christian institution of marriage, which Garwen has even said, marriage started out as a pretty Christian or Jewish concept, and Jewish people don't agree with being gay. Christian people don't agree with being gay. And the queer community has gotten the institution of marriage, has gotten the institution of Catholicism to agree with being gay. And yet they still say we're oppressed. Even though in terms of businesses, it's actually beneficial if you have a gay person employed. Because then you could say diversity. And you could say, we have diversity. Great.
I think
perfect,
where does
wonderful.
it come from though, like a place
Now-
of you're constantly needing to fight to maintain what you have, right? Because what I mean is, because if
The thing is, no.
but what I'm saying
No.
is like from like there are always going to be people, aren't they, in reactionary people that are going to want to strip these rights away, right? So you've got to continuously still vocalize this to make sure that those people don't start shifting the opinion and shifting the dial away from kind of once you've just
All
because
right,
you've
well,
won
then in that-
something, you've then got to fight to keep it, right? Would be the only thing I would say.
Yeah, but at the same
All
time,
right,
you
so
don't.
let's
I don't
take that-
think you see any disparaged group of anything do as much as the LGBTQ community does, to as much of a degree as it does,
Note,
and
people
end
of color
up actually end up having a lot more people not like them as a result of what they're doing. Basically,
Note,
they're having wrong methods.
Think of it like this. The people of color here in America, we were being very marginalized and very discriminated towards back in the 1960s, 50s, 40s, and pretty much throughout all of American history until the 1960s, where it then became, an amendment in the Constitution where Jim Crow laws were pretty much abolished. Segregation was abolished. And here's the thing. In terms of racism here in America, it is now individualized racism, where institutionalized racism, where businesses, if they discriminate on me for being Hispanic, guess what? I can sue that company and they're going to end up in a lot of trouble. And note, it is because the individual person made the decision. The business gets reprimanded immediately. But the person, they're an asshole. And here's the thing. I don't have to fight for my right to be a human being or to be a person of color here in America. The people who are screaming the loudest right now, they're not screaming anymore for equality. They want more. Essentially, they want more respect than what they already have, which is the same amount of respect as, say, a white person here in America, which they say white people, they act superior. It's white supremacists that make up this demographic of people. And the fact is, white supremacists are racists. Sure. But there's also black supremacists, Mexican or Hispanic supremacists. There's Asian supremacists. There are people everywhere who think that they're better than others. It isn't individualized to a white person. Not all white people are racists. Not all black people are racist. Not all Latinos are racists. It doesn't fucking matter. What color you are, there's going to be a demographic in each situation where there's racists. Now, when it comes to here in America, we fought for our rights to be treated equally as white people. No one disagrees with that. The thing is that now it is no longer systemic. Systemic racism doesn't exist. and we don't have to fight to keep systemic racism from becoming a problem. You know why? Because if they ever begin to talk about making it come back, talking about segregation to come back, or talking about discrimination based on race come back, it's going to cause a massive amount of people to rise up again and speak out against it, and no one will ever allow that.
Is it
The thing about gay marriage,
Actually, I think they are talking about segregation coming back, but now it's for the benefit of the black people.
and that is where we yeah. But with the queer community, we have the exact same thing occurring, where it's no longer a problem of we want rights, we have the rights. It's now that the queer community, as a large demographic in it, that is looking for queer supremacy. We're no longer looking for equality, it is supremacy. And that's where I'm against, because we're not better than anyone else. We're the exact same. We just happen to, Garwen and I just happen to like people that aren't the opposite gender than us. We like anything.
which is
Even skillets.
Hey, if it's fuck shaped, it's fuck shaped.
If has hole, will go.
interesting.
Doesn't even always have
It's
to have a hole.
interesting because I grew up in a very my group of friends growing up were very open. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying no.
Oh no!
AFG,
Just
before
quickly,
you say
I wasn't saying anything about what you said. I was
Yeah.
just saying about
Okay.
me. So 'cause
Okay.
you said it surprised you that I'm straight, right? And I think a
Yeah.
lot of that comes from the fact that I very kind of grew up in a very open environment, right? And I grew up and learned very young that I didn't see differences between people from a very young age. I was lucky to grow up with a dad that was very supportive. I was raised by a single parent dad, and very early on I kind of I was taught kind of morality isn't kind of black and white, and everyone is different, and that's a normal part of life. I was lucky to experience that, and grow up from that standpoint. I think from the quality perspective, I agree. I think there are. The only thing I would say on that is I think there is always gonna, if you go through years of conscious bias, right, there is gonna be a long period of unconscious bias that you've got to try and combat. And I think that's where a lot of these people come from, is trying to combat that kind of that bias that some people might not even realize. Do you know what I mean? That they have it.
To an extent,
Yeah.
I agree with you, but
Same.
from how what has filtered over to me through, well, the more you see of it, the more YouTube gives it to you. Fuck's sake. The more that's what's filtered to me about a lot of this stuff, at least in America and some other places, is effectively nowadays it's gone from it's become so bad that if you start saying bad things about some of these people, you start losing your job or your position in society, and that's when
Or
it's
like
going a
how-
bit too far.
or like me,
there's-
an actual
there is a
member of my-
difference. There is a difference between someone really not liking a particular group and being treated as an asshole, and someone not liking a particular group and being treated as an absolute outcast, not allowed in society
which is wrong.
Or
Yeah.
like me, an actual member of the community who, if I just say, hey, straight people aren't bad, immediately I'm actually bashed by people
See,
in my
I
own
find
community.
I find that really shocking.
just for saying
'cause, as
straight people are.
I've always had relatively good. Maybe I'm not the best case study because I'm quite a flamboyant kind of I'm quite out there anyway,
Yeah.
and a lot of people, to be honest with you, upon meeting me, think that I am gay. A lot of people think that because I am quite I vocalize things, and I'm but
I think the main issue is that nuance is dying.
yeah, and I think I think as well there's a generation of people that have experienced actual oppression, right? There are older gay people
Yeah.
that have experienced actual oppression, like where it was illegal to kind of, you know, and,
In
and
most
live
of
their
the-
lives.
And most of the older older queer folk, most of them are just like, what the fuck are you guys
and
fighting
that's
for?
that's exactly it. Like,
Like,
and I-
at this point, like, what the
Like-
fuck are we fighting
Like from
for?
what I've experienced, the older ones are some of
Yeah,
the
but
nicest people I've talked
Chillest
about.
and
They're
nicest
the
people.
But
chillest
that's what I'm-
fuckers out there. It's the young cunts who jump in and just go, no, you said something bad, now you're gonna go
and that's,
out there
that's what
and do
I was
nothing
about
else.
to say. I think maybe people need to listen to the kind of older generation and more, and kind of
Yeah.
listen to them and go, oh God, you know what? Let me learn a little bit about the history, right, of kind of things.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same way in the people of color here in America, is that a lot of the older people who have experienced the oppression, like genuine oppression, like my father, where the reason why I'm just gonna say my full name, Garwen, if you could bleep this out, like in post,
Sure.
Garwen, make a note,
see.
please.
I'm been making notes here and there. Let's see, 3 hours
Great.
25.
So my full name is because yeah, why
And
not?
it's a beautiful name.
Here's the thing. My father wanted that name because all of those names have direct English translations. Directly translates to well,
No.
you can't really translate that, which is kind of why my legal name is instead of. Although when I was younger, I went by because my mother didn't take my father's name. Because yeah, gotta have feminism. Anyway, that's a different topic. So the reason why I have those names is because my father, he doesn't have that ability. His name is fairly Hispanic, and you can definitely tell it is Hispanic. So he had to go through the motions of, yeah, he got kind of discriminated due to his name. Because on a lot of applications that he sent into businesses, they saw Hispanic name, yeah, no. It's the same thing with African names. A lot of the time, they get discriminated on. Of
Man,
course,
he really fucked
nowadays,
you over for this day and age. If you had a Hispanic name, you'd have a lot more jobs.
of course, nowadays, it's actually quite the opposite. That's no longer a thing. If a company gets caught doing that, if
Yeah,
anyone
you-
really
you-
gets
you'd
caught
be
doing that
fucked.
within a company, you're getting fucked. And
And
that's
some
why
of them, if you don't find enough people of other ethnicities,
I
you
was
get
a
in
bit
trouble
just
there.
quickly the other day at
Yeah.
work. There was a culture survey. I would, if you wouldn't mind bleeping this out as well, Garwin. In fact, this whole section you might want to remove it.
Sure.
I won't. I'm not saying who I'm working for, but they asked me to declare my nationality and my race, and I
your nationality,
well
English,
British
race should be
white
white.
British, and
yeah,
it was a bit odd. Like I didn't mind doing it, like because it you know it's fine. Like I've got a job and I'm happy with it. But
yeah.
it is a
To me,
strange
that
thing,
question-
I think to ask to someone to declare. Now it was optional, but the fact that they even sent it round to everyone and asked you to do it, like they didn't make you, didn't say you had to, but
To me,
if it was for the sake of a study or survey that they were doing, they should have set it on the thing. But if it was just them doing it, that's not good.
no. So with me, whenever I look at an application, one of the questions is always, "What's your ethnicity?" And there's always Hispanic or
see,
Latino,
the funny
and
thing
not
is, in the
Hispanic
UK,
or
they
Latino.
can't ask you that. So they can't ask you.
No,
like,
in
what
America-
your ethnicity is.
So here's the thing. The reason why those applications do that is because they were created way back. Like, that question was created way back in the 50s. And the reason why it was called that is because a lot of Hispanics were starting to come across the border to get jobs here in America. Because, you know, economic
Land
boom.
of the free,
that's
American
why we have
dream.
the boomers, because we have the economic boom, and they wanted the prosperity that America promised, because they were seeing it all around the world. They were seeing it in their homes. They wanted to see it in America and make bank here in America. Now,
Not wank.
here's the thing, because of the influx of people that started to have, you know, Hispanic origins, one of the questions became, what is your ethnicity? Not what is your race, what is your ethnicity? Hispanic or non-Hispanic? And it really started to mess with a lot of people. And currently today, it still messes with me, because it's now, what is your race? What is your ethnicity? What is your gender? Like, these questions shouldn't matter whatsoever. They shouldn't actually be on an application to get a job.
shouldn't,
You know
yeah,
what
they
should
really
be
shouldn't.
on you know what should be on the application to get a job? Whether or not you have legal authorization to earn a job here in America. Being, do you have a social security number? As in, are you an American citizen? Or do you have a work visa? If you do, great. Do you have an asylum visa? If you do, great. You're allowed to work here. What is your name? Because I'm pretty sure that's
don't forget
something that
the
you need to
ever
know.
important. Do you have the 30 years of experience with a 25-year-old job?
But honestly,
Yeah,
I
so-
you know, I don't know about Iceland.
Yeah, what
but
is your
they
birthday? What
don't
is
have those questions on an application form. I don't.
Yeah, I've never
I don't think
seen it
legally you
on
can ask
here.
someone these things as part of an application process.
In America, it's just a part of the application process, and it is a required thing that we have to put down. And it is getting to the point where I hate filling out applications due to that. Right now, I'm glad that I'm employed. I'm sponsored to get through college, so that way I can reapply to Humphrey and Associates. I'm so happy with them for this, because it was the first time I was not asked for my ethnicity. I was instead asked for my gender and race. And the reason why gender is because it's an electrical construction contractor. They need to know if you're male or female, because if you're female, more than likely they're gonna immediately put you up in a lighter area, not put you up with the crew of people who's been in construction for the last 15 years of their lives and are rough around the edges and will talk in the worst way possible. They're going to start you out in the service industry and start you off slow into construction, so that way you don't get scared away from the company. You also don't have to lift 75 pounds worth of material up 10 flights of stairs, because again,
So basically, they're adjusting you to the culture.
pretty much, yes. And the reason why they ask for your race is because Humphrey and Associates, they're one of those companies that try and takes a census. They're not doing it for diversity, and in fact, they actually literally denied the federal mandate for DEI courses to go on. They denied it and said, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Here's your inclusion. If you don't work, you don't get paid.
Sure, but
You get paid hourly. You work, you get paid. Simple as that. You're included in the company. Anytime that you're on the payroll, you're included. Everyone gets the same pay. And the great part about the trades, you know what everyone is getting paid. You know why? Starting pay is $16.50. That's starting pay as an apprentice. Next up, once you're a second year apprentice, bumps you up to $18. That's a $1.50 pay increase. Great. Once you get to your third year, $20. Fourth year, $24. Once you get to a journeyman's, you're making $30 an hour. Great. Everyone knows that. It is literally taught in the schools. Sure, you can get a raise if you go above and beyond at your work, and it actually incentivizes you to go above and beyond at your work, because you can actually jump higher and higher based on merit, not based on equality, based on merit. The reason why Humphrey and Associates ask for your race is so that way they can do a census to see, hey, how many people do we have here? How many people do we have here? Okay, we have this and this. okay, cool. And they can actually then send it to the Texas legislature saying, hey, we have this. These are the people we have. We're happy with them. And they don't try and hire more of one race or less of one race like they're technically mandated to. They just do what they have to. And I say Humphrey & Associates, and I've said it over and over again because I'm shouting them out. They are great. Lovely people. Love you guys. Thank you. Now,
Like, I've heard some of the stories he shared, and that organization sounds fucking amazing.
You know,
I
I agree with all of that. I think the only thing I was going to say from an employment perspective is, you know, there is a, you know, I think there is still a discrimination issue for women in more senior roles. I think, you know, like, in what I mean is for a lot of women, I think there are still challenges there if they're going for roles. I think a lot of them, especially maternity and maternity leave as a concept, I think it's still very difficult for women in the workplace sometimes when, you know, they're kind of, if it's a man and a woman going for a role and they're a similar age, I do think there are some companies where they can't say it out loud, but possibly the man's more likely to get the more senior role than the woman because he's less likely to take time away.
okay.
And, you know...
There's also been some studies that also show that the man fights more for the
I
role
know,
often.
like,
Obviously it's not a whole
I'm
thing.
just saying, I
but
think there are...
I'm just saying there's more
No.
to it than just the thingy, but
All
there
right,
are
so
obviously
before
also
we go
are
full
those places.
Before we go full Andrew Tate, I just want to mention people that are listening. We are not discriminating against women here. Instead, we're actually pretty much all in agreement that most women, in terms of climbing corporate ladders, climbing business ladders, getting higher and higher positions, a lot of the time they do get discriminated on. And I want to call out this due to the fact that due to biology, a lot of women, because they get pregnant, they have to take maternal leave to take care of the child, or when they are so far into their pregnancy that it becomes risky to both the mother and the child, they have to take
And they shouldn't
leave.
be
Otherwise,
discriminated against
you know,
because
they
of that,
could.
you know, like...
They
you know,
no,
like,
they shouldn't be
No,
discriminated
they
against
really
to get a
shouldn't
higher
be,
position.
but at the
equally,
same time,
just quickly,
in
the thing I was going to say
also-
is I feel like,
yes.
though, on the flip side, as someone that was raised by a single parent dad who did an amazing job, I do think men should, if a woman wants to have her baby, right, and then the man wants to stay at home, that shouldn't be looked down upon. And I think often in society, like,
No.
paternity
No, it really shouldn't
leave
be.
isn't granted sometimes the same emphasis that it is in other places. Like, I think Sweden have got a really good system where effectively the man and the woman get a total leave time together in conjunction, and then they can split it effectively by the amount that they want between them if it's a partnership and it's a couple, you know, and that should be universal. And then it should be flexible.
I don't know
right?
enough about
it. Adds more flexibility for the father and you know, for the mother then to make the decision themselves on kind of who they want to be the main kind of breadwinner to be going to work and who they want to be at home, you know, and it should be a joint discussion. You know, between the two.
Although I don't know much about Sweden, what I do know is this. Here in America, especially here in a more conservative state, and again, like I said, I'm not left, I'm not right. This is one of those things that I really despise about the right. When it comes to the depiction of men, a lot of the time they're seen as the breadwinners, women are to be at the house. No.
Yeah, I agree.
Get rid of that. I'm sorry. Women are just as capable as a man in several positions. In others, they're actually more suited for.
And like seriously,
again,
man, like let me be a trophy husband. I'll just do a couple chores. You go get the money, okay? Let me just sit back. Let me do the chores, okay? I'll be happy staying here.
Note, one of my favorite things to do is cook. I also love gardening. Both of those things are seen as more feminine traits. I also know how to sew. I taught myself how to sew. I have long hair. I know how to braid my hair. And in fact, I have on several occasions, and I have immediately undone it because it looks a bit more feminine than it should be. And it's also because I want to be treated as a feminine man. No.
So do I.
On the OnlyFans. I'll do it on the OnlyFans.
Jay, how about this? If I ever come over there or you ever come over here, braid my beard.
Oh, heck yeah, we got it, man. So, just know, everyone listening, women and men, in terms of sexualized or genderized roles, because I can't really say sexualized roles anymore, because then we're talking about sexuality instead of... It's fucking stupid. So, in terms of genderized roles, where women should be, like, caretakers and caregivers, like, I'm sorry, two of my favorite teachers who were essentially caregivers, or, you know, I don't really know what you want to call it, but a lot of the time teachers are female because it's a kind of a caring role. Two of my favorite teachers were men. You know why?
Also, parents have an unhealthy distrust of men teaching their children.
Yeah. But two of my favorite teachers were men. And a lot of people say, oh, if you have a male teacher, it's probably and he's your favorite, it's probably because he lets you get away with stuff. Like, male teachers let you get away with so many, like, bad things. And I just look back at it, and I was like, one of them was a former veteran who served in Vietnam and taught world history. And the reason why I know so much about world history is because he went across the sea and traveled. And he knows firsthand what is going on in different cultures. And that's why I know a bit about different cultures around the world. It's why I know a bit about British history. It's why I know a bit about Italian history. And a little bit about Israeli history. And some about South African history. And a lot of fucking Vietnamese history. Is because he would go off on tangents about just different cultures all across the world. Again, he was fucking batshit crazy, but he was one of my favorite teachers because he genuinely taught us and wanted us to learn something, and he didn't take shit from no one. And if you try to get away with, like, fucking doing any type of drug in his class, he would immediately fucking deck you. He wouldn't care if it is against the rules or not, he'd deck you.
Oh, beautiful.
In fact, I'm pretty sure he actually did slap a kid one year for back-talking him and for cussing in front of him. So,
yeah, boy, we need to bring corporal punishments back. The kids are getting soft these days.
No, like, the guy was like fucking saint. I loved him. But the other teacher, the reason why I loved the male teacher is because, first off, he was the chemistry teacher.
Oh, the chemistry teacher is always amazing.
He let us blow shit up.
Yeah.
Well, I heard about all the other classes with the female teachers, and they had to do paper experiments, which are essentially, they do everything through, like, imaginary, this is what would happen, and they explain it through videos. While our teacher was like, hey, let's go outside.
Hey, kid, have you heard about cyanide?
No.
It's great to drink. It's really a nice cocktail ingredient. You know, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite teacher has to have been my biology teacher in the school system that here in Iceland. That is the combined, what was it? Something middle and high school. It was in the 14 to 16 year. He saw with those kids. That man was amazing. Like, he came in always dressed fucking dapper. Like, he came in some of his best suits, and he just had this energy about him, and he was always smiling. And whenever he would come in and he would cross his legs, kind of raise one of the knees, sit down, stare out, look out, and then start taking senses. Before he then took out the frogs and just cut them up.
I don't think I had a favorite teacher. I didn't. Yeah, I had a couple of teachers I quite liked when I was at school. Like, I liked my history teacher in secondary, like high school, and I liked my physics teacher at A level when I was like doing my kind of senior grade, like kind of your like university grades. But yeah, like I don't know. like I liked school, but I never had like a teacher that I really identified with. I got kicked out of philosophy class for a while. That didn't do
Wow.
well.
The person who opened up with fucking
Did
Socrates.
you bring
Yeah.
two radical
No,
philosophies?
it's effectively religious education. So like,
He just fucking started reading Communism by Karl Marx and was just
no, it was more religious kind of philosophy than kind of like so.
Oh.
I very from a very young age, I remember when my granddad passed when I was like 10. That was pretty much the moment that religion lost all meaning to me, and at that point, that's what did it. So from about that age onwards, I don't think I did pass RE, mind you. My philosophy, I got a good grade in it, but because I did read everything, I found it all like very interesting. I just thought it was nonsense.
Yeah.
So, I just want to reiterate, everyone. So, to the whole genderized roles, we see a lot of females entering fields such as nursing or teaching roles, caregiving roles such as stay-at-home
Secretaries
caregivers
as well,
of
still very
people.
like
Secretaries as well.
dominated role.
Yes. No, here in America, we no longer call them secretaries. They are now known as assistants.
Yeah, like it's something that we need to acknowledge. Like, yes, there's a biological difference. There's also the fact that, like, the two genders literally cannot see all the same colors. It's actually physically impossible unless you're a male that has a mutation. You can't see all the same colors. Your brains are wired differently. They go through different routes. You think in different ways. These are known facts that have been stated for 60-something years. If we were the same, our species would be dead.
True.
We're complementary. We're not carbon copies.
Well,
I like how we're just kicking in the face of people who are trans and people who identify as things.
Well,
other
the
than
only thing
male
I
or
was gonna
female and
say-
binary genders.
I don't think we are kicking them in the face. I mean, because if we are exactly the same, then how the hell would they be born in the wrong body?
Like for trans people, I think they do go through a lot of discrimination. I think in the world of like oppressed people at the moment, right? The people that are truly oppressed are trans people.
I have to say, the trans people are the other ones currently going through the most, and it's almost entirely the fault of not trans people, but the loud cunts
what I
in
was
the
about
trans
to say
community.
though, there's also quite a bit of like, it's the fear thing, right, from the media as well. Like they're a very easy group to pick on. For like, they
really are. But from what I'm talking about is the main reason the general populace is starting to turn against them, or has been for a while, is because there are a lot of loud individuals that are just absolute fucking assholes and do not shut the fuck up about anything.
I will say,
nor do they allow any discussion of any matter. So since that's how they represent themselves, the rest of the trans community that don't care about that or really think that way, they get the blame.
To jump off of what Garwen just said, it also comes to the point where there are so many people in the community who have made it their personality. Like, forgive me for saying this, but if you're gay, or if you're trans, if you're bi, if you're pan, sure, that can be a part of who you are, but that's not a personality trait. And people have actually, they will decorate everything they have. If it isn't gay, if it isn't trans, if it isn't the gay flag, if it isn't made by someone of the queer community, if it isn't made by someone of the trans community, they don't want to even own it because it doesn't suit what they like.
The community though, or do you think that's corporate interests piggybacking on things and trying to make money out of stuff? And actually, do you think it's what I'm trying to say is, do you think it's individuals, or do you think it's actually a corporate culture that's developing where these large companies see a market that they can exploit and make money out of,
You know, that actually brings up another point.
Both. So
If it's reached the point where corporations start go, alright, if we advertise our stuff as this type of stuff, our sales go up. There's not a lot of oppression for you anymore.
Because that's where when I see stuff, okay, I see kind of corporate and interests using kind of these things to
I understand.
Like, they really do not help.
I do understand. And that is why I kind of have a semi-hatred towards Pride Month. And it's mostly because it is where the most pandering occurs in our community. It is where corporate entities, governmental entities, they begin to pander heavily to the queer community. It is not they're in it for support of us. They're doing it out of blatant pandering. And it really annoys me that my community looks at it and says, yeah, they're celebrating us, instead of literally, it's like I am a mouse and I am watching my best friend, who's also a mouse, fall into the trap. Like, Pride Month is essentially the cheese on the mousetrap, and the government is just the person holding that cheese in front of us. And I'm a mouse watching everyone else go for the exact same cheese. And it pisses me off because I'm watching as they're literally they're feeding a machine that genuinely doesn't care about them. And when a project comes around that genuinely is trying to benefit the betterment of humanity, such as a group of people trying to petition Kuwait, or say Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, India, China, it really annoys me that I then watch my community look at that and say, ew. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to charity.
It's sad, isn't it? Because there are legitimate
really
countries in the world that
They're-
still oppress people. Where
Exactly, having
where
oppression.
It's illegal. You could die for being the person that you want to be. And
I'm watching
I love
people
the
here in
idea
America.
of Pride Month. I just hate the fact that as a community, we look at the corporations who see this and just go, alright, how can we exploit this to make money? And that's as far as they think about it. And
It's
we go,
the same
yes,
reason I hate
them,
Christmas.
and not these organizations that want to
the same
end
thing
this
happens
stuff
to
elsewhere.
Christmas and,
It's the same
Valentine's Day and other
that's
other
why I
holidays
hate Christmas.
where Coca-Cola has turned Santa Claus
made their entire personality around the polar bears and Christmas and Santa Claus.
Over the year, I mean, I don't see Christmas as a particularly Christian holiday. Do you know what I mean? That's not the symbolism.
Not anymore.
That's not the symbolism
I never
for
did.
me. In fact, Christmas is a pagan, holiday more than anything.
Yeah.
But
Like, we still have the
that's what I mean. Like that's where that historically comes from. But what I was going to say is, like, what you don't want to happen is you don't want the message of Pride and Pride Month to be turned into some sort of corporate, soulless nightmare. In the same way that Christmas has been.
I look at America.
Or Valentine's Day, where it's just a function.
The problem is, look at America. Look at
Like,
America.
I'm still waiting for Gorilla to come to town, take up some of these children, toss them in the sack, and cook them in a stew.
So I look at America, and I'm guessing some of you have heard about Bud Light and what they did.
Something about someone not agreeing with something, and now it's not selling.
Okay, so the whole thing is, does anyone here know about Dylan Mulvaney?
The fuck? No.
She's a trans woman. Person who went from male to female transition. She has pretty much completely integrated herself as a female, and she will genuinely say, hey, I do not, like, she is very transparent about, my biology is I was a male, and I transitioned to being a female. She goes by she, her pronouns, and I respect it because she genuinely went through the transition. She doesn't make light of what she was. She doesn't use it as a way of getting clout. Her personality is actually really funny. She makes good jokes. She has good humor. She has a decent sense of dark humor and shock humor. The problem that I have is that Bud Light took Dylan Mulvaney and made her their spokesperson during Pride Month. And turned it into this whole thing of Bud Light used to be... How do I say this? Bud Light began to pander to the queer community. And a bunch of Christian conservatives loved Bud Light because it's a beer. It was the redneck beer.
I see.
And Dylan Mulvaney was not the correct spokesperson to go with.
Reading about this, there's a one-liner here that's actually brilliant. In response to the sponsorship,
Hit me with
singer Kid Rock filmed himself shooting several Bud Light cases with an MP5 submachine gun in a protest video. What the fuck?
I remember that. Yeah.
Why would he
I
do
remember
that?
Yeah. just for fucks, just for fun. Like,
So
it's
basically,
look at how much it's making.
So basically,
Look at how much it's making you laugh.
So basically, from what I'm hearing, is effectively a corporation that is known for producing a product that the Group A really likes, but Group A also really hates Group B. Decided to, alright, let's now market by saying we are all for Group B, and Group A went, the fuck are you doing?
But we're gonna just quickly say that
And
Group A shouldn't hold disparaging beliefs about Group B, because that's on them. They shouldn't,
I agree. I agree. Like, they're assholes for having disparaging beliefs, but at the same time, assholes are going to be assholes. You can't outlaw being an asshole without.
And in this case, Bud Light should have known
being the
better.
asshole.
The only thing I would say to that is that
and
it's
here's
Bud
the
Light,
thing.
though, isn't it? If Bud Light
After
wants to
Bud Light-
start actively marketing to,
Yeah, like hey.
So here's
I'm
where
gonna say
things
right
get.
now, like Bud Light probably knew the stuff, thought it would be worth it. From what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like it was.
So here's the funny thing. Bud Light, after, I believe it was 2 weeks of having Dylan Mulvaney as the spokesperson and putting up the ads, immediately while seeing a massive, and I mean, I believe it was a 60% dip in sales. 60%. That bites.
So with that, what? 80% of their consumer base was Group A then?
So here's the
Holy
fun
hell.
part. They saw a 60% dip in sales, and they decided to take down the ads. They then released a press statement saying this wasn't the correct
See, that's
course
a
of
joke.
action,
Oh no,
and saying
they pissed off the
we
remainder.
we don't really support
Oh.
that, and they stopped having Dylan Mulvaney
That's
as the
disgusting.
spokesperson and backpedaled completely on the trans thing, and everyone saw, oh, so you're a person who has absolutely no
absolutely
principles.
vile.
And that is why I have such a fucking problem
Can I
with
just say,
Bud
okay,
Light.
what's
Bud Light
the
then
point
went
of
on.
Bud Light?
I
Why
call
would
it
you
piss
drink it? It's
because
like,
that's what it is.
1% alcohol?
I don't.
So what's the point?
It's
Like,
3%. It's
I don't
3%
know.
alcohol, and it tastes disgusting. It's fucking just horse piss put in a bottle.
You know,
That's
I
all it
want to
is.
say, like, Bud Light, like,
I think the whole point of Bud Light is it's everywhere and it's semi-cheap.
but
Yeah, pretty much.
Just you know what's cheaper? A really shit bottle of vodka.
Heineken. Do you know what's even cheaper? Their fucking morals.
Honestly,
Anyway.
what you said there, like, perfectly sums up, though,
Yeah.
doesn't it? The problem with like
No.
this corporate kind of, you know.
Now here's the fun part. They then sponsored a pride parade in Dallas. A pride parade which had naked adults with signs shouting, "We're coming for your children."
Ah. But
Garwen,
what the fuck
remember
are you doing?
remember how we were talking about that?
Yeah.
And this is why I have such a problem with this company, is because they were the ones who fucking sponsored it.
I stumbled upon a YouTube short showing that. Apparently it was censored. I didn't realize.
Yeah, they weren't in underwear. They were naked. So here's the fun part. Bud Light isn't the only company that has done this recently. Target kind of did the same thing, where they began, during Pride Month, they had an entire new clothing line that they commissioned I believe it was a member of the queer community. The reason why also people, please forgive me for calling it the queer community. I know that some people get upset when people call it queer these days, but I call it that because I'm not in the mood to sing the ABCs every single time I want to refer to my community.
Like, seriously, like, let us faggots call ourselves faggots. It's the only way we take the power away from the word.
That's the
Truly.
South Park episode, isn't
But
it? It's
so
the South Park skit.
I think so.
it is.
Isn't it about bikers? Don't they say you need to get the like words like meaning changed or something?
Yeah, I think
Like-
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the whole thing with Target was that they hired a person who was queer to make an entire clothing lineup, and it was literally all Pride clothing. It also made babies clothing. Nothing wrong there, right? Like having a bunch of rainbows, having, some Pride flag, like that's perfectly fine, I think, for having some baby clothes, because there's normally going to be other clothes that are normal in comparison, like normally right alongside it. Here's the thing. The artist that they had doing it was a Satanist. Not a sadist, a Satanist. On top of that, on several articles of clothing, there were depictions of pentagrams on the clothing, including on the non-Pride clothing that was to be sold right
Oh my god, you
alongside
should
it.
totally sell the Satanist baby onesie. Oh,
Yeah.
And Target, after finding out, took away even the Pride clothing for a week, showing no morals, which again is why a lot of
to
people
be honest with
stopped
you,
shopping
I don't
at
see the
Target.
problem in a Satanist kind of gothic looking like baby's clothes. I don't.
I
see a
don't
problem.
either, but
The thing is that
but
they
the
were
reason I reacted
the-
the way I did is because it's America, it's very Christian, some of them are very traditionalist, and I could just see the stock market from Target
I just
going down.
It dropped by 3 points.
because like
within
what I
that
mean is there's loads of
Uh-huh.
like I've seen gothic clothing for like kids and stuff. Like it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
fine.
No, like
Yeah,
gothic
like there's
clothing
nothing
is
wrong
fine.
with it.
The
The only
thing
thing
is-
here is
that
effectively that was a bad way to make money, and a business's whole point of
What I would
existence is
say
to make
was
money.
was the Satanist
The art-
clothing next to the Pride clothing. See, that's wrong.
Yes.
Because that's linking the two. Like that.
No. On top of that, some of the Satanist clothing was
See, that is
incorporated with
disgusting.
the Pride.
That is like
No. And the thing is that the artist that they got to do it was a Satanist who genuinely showed on his social media like rituals.
But no,
that
what
he
the
would
reason
do.
what
Or excuse me,
what I'm saying
they
though
would
is
do.
it's not to do with that. What I'm saying is the fact that like he personally, I mean, I don't know where he's coming from, but like what I'm saying is for a lot of Christian people, they identify gay kind of culture with Satan. So
Hey, I mean, I am a Christian,
to mix
so
them together, like and sell that doesn't help things. That reinforces a negative stereotype.
it really doesn't.
They shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, the thing is, he's a part of
Honestly,
the
the
queer
thing I'm
community
most
as a
upset
Satanist.
about is the fact that the few Satanists I've talked with have been the nicest people I've ever encountered.
I've talked with several as well, and we actually get along. Sure, they don't agree with my religion, and they're kind of the exact opposite of my religion. But I mean,
I still can't get over all the memes about the Satan Twitter account dunking on any Christian thing that comes around. It's hilarious.
so that kind of
Like
it
that.
comes
That's
across
just
as-
a troll being a troll, but it's
Yeah.
hilarious seeing it.
It's hilarious, but at the same time, if a Christian did that to a Satanist account or to a Satanist's post,
Yeah.
it would
Like,
never
it
be
w-
seen
It
as
wouldn't be
funny.
received
It
the
would-
same way.
It wouldn't be received. And
But still at the same time, like it doesn't matter from who. A near world accepted thing dunking on a near never accepted thing would never be taken well.
yeah, I do agree with that. So along with Target,
There's
doing
always the
all that-
underdog bias.
So like I said, with Target taking away its clothing line for a week, after seeing a massive amount of people like complain that it took it away, it reinstated it. Again, it wished-washed 4 times. It did it in the first place, took it away, gave it back, and then released a press statement saying, hey, we're sorry for taking it back. Can you please continue buying clothing with us? And then they went even heavier into Pride. Perfect. You went with Pride,
that's
that's
the
fine.
main issue I have with the fact that
They went
these
back.
companies don't make a choice.
They're showing that they have no principles whatsoever.
Yeah.
It really annoys me because,
Like
again,
they're doing the right thing as a company, trying to chase the money, but they're doing it the wrong way because they also need to think about human psychology.
note one more thing. People get mad at a Christian-owned company called Hobby Lobby. Here in America, I don't know if any of you have heard of Hobby Lobby.
No.
No, okay. It's mostly here in the South, Midwestern areas. Hobby Lobby is a
Do
Christian-owned
they do
company.
hobby supplies? Are they like hobbycraft?
Yes. Yes. Literally craft supplies, home decor, you name it. And people are so pissed off that during Pride Month, they don't have any Pride, like, memorabilia. And I just look at that and I'm just like, you're expecting a Christian company to present you with Pride clothing. Its main demographic is white suburban moms who are Christian.
Yeah.
And you're asking them to put put Pride memorabilia in their store. It doesn't make sense. You're asking them to rest on their principles. And I'm just gonna say, although I also wish that they would like put, at least just a little something for me, the gay Christian. I wish they would just a little something. But I also applaud them for standing by their principles. I applaud them for that because they're actually looking at their target demographic and are like, hey, we're going to continue marketing to our target demographic. On top of that,
Personally, I am all for any companies or organizations' rights to not give a shit.
yeah. Also, I do want to say one thing that really pisses me off is that there was a lawsuit in America recently where a woman in Colorado who owned a bakery, she was a Christian and she reserved the right to refuse service to a gay couple. The reason why is because she didn't want to make a pride cake. Like, she was a Christian who said, hey, I am against this, and I am reserving my right to do this. Not only did this, I will say, this is fucking BS what happened to this
Just
woman.
quickly, okay, I'm not sure I'm gonna like what happened to her.
Mhm.
I'm not making the face I'm making because of that. I'm making the face of, like, what does it hurt you to make a cake for someone that's got a pride flag on it? How petty do you need to be? Do you know what I mean?
At the same time, and let me play a little
you're
devil's
asking
advocate there.
her to.
There's also a thing here where, this is a situation where, let's remove the pride, the gay thing, and the Christian thing, and just say, here's religion A, it has these tenets, and you're asking them to do something that goes against those tenets, and she
You're
doesn't
asking
want to
them
break
to
that
break
tenet.
But it's baking
You're
a
asking them to
cake.
break.
Yes, but that's still
You're asking them
breaking a
to
tenet
break
of
their
religion.
principle.
Like,
What tenet is she
think of it
breaking
this
by
way.
just baking a cake?
I don't know.
There we go.
Okay, I don't know. She thought it. It's what she thinks. Think of it this way: if you ask almost any religion that's being protected to do something that's against it, no one would like it.
I guess it depends, doesn't it, what you define as against a religion, right? Like, you know, it's where you draw that line, right?
Yes.
You know, I personally, I think, I think.
But also not taking the religious thing here. There's also a simple fact that, regardless of the reasons, you cannot force someone to do something they don't want to.
You don't have to take it on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a job. Like, you know, you're well within your rights to say you don't want to do it.
Note.
But you could just say, I'm sorry, I'm just not taking on this job today. There are ways
So,
you can handle it, right?
The thing
You
was, so the reason why is because it was a wedding cake, and she, again, it would have taken her 2 weeks to complete the cake to the exact specifications. And she was like, hey, like, she was, according to the lawsuit and according to the evidence that she gave a written email to the couple who had given her the order for the cake. She gave a very well written, she said, hey, although I am honored that you would choose my store to bake this cake, due to my religious background, I cannot support this concept. I do hope that you two are happy, but I cannot support this. I recommend going to this place, and this place, but I myself am not going to lose my principles by
that
doing
seems like
this
a
cake.
nice enough response. You
I
know,
again-
the only thing I would say to that is
again
that she
thank
could have
you
still
for
handled
your-
that differently. She doesn't have to say it's due to religious belief. She could have just said, I'm not taking this order, I'm afraid. You could have just left it at that. And then it would have been okay. Like, you don't need to call out your religious beliefs.
I think it was...
That's where she's gone wrong.
I think it was okay to present the religious beliefs, because if she said, I'm not going to do it, again, it seems even...
She could just say she's too busy.
It feels as if she's just... She could, but that's, again, if she isn't busy, that's lying, which is, again, is against the Christian tenets.
Sometimes, though,
so it's...
for the sake of humanity, right, and the world around you, you just have a common sense approach, right?
But again, so this is what happened to her. Because she stood by her principles, the couple then bashed her online and on social media, leaved a scathing review saying this person is homophobic, sexist, transphobic, all of that. The woman then went on to say, hey, I presented this is why I said that, literally just trying to say, hey, I'm sorry that you're offended, but the couple then said, we didn't want a cake from any of these other places, we wanted a cake from you. And it's like,
that's just entitlement.
But you're asking me to break my principles and break a covenant I made to do this. It's about principles. It's about her own morality, and then the couple then made a lawsuit about discrimination. Here's the thing. The woman used the people's right, or the federal law of a business has the right to refuse service to anyone. It's not a discrimination law. It's literally a law of, if a person comes in and they're fucking entitled to shit, the business can say,
well, you're allowed to
get out.
You're allowed to say no to selling things to you. Like, there isn't a, there's no thing against it. And I don't think she should have been bashed online by the people in question. I think no one deserves to be
the couple
harassed and treated like shit.
I think it's mostly a situation of AFG of me, you, and maybe even Jay. We don't take lying for the betterment as too bad of a thing, or some of these oaths and stuff. You don't take them too seriously. But there are people out there that take these things very seriously, and it actually hurts
all I
them
would say is,
mentally
right,
to
there's
break these
lying,
things.
and then there's like lying, and what she's doing isn't lying.
Yes.
It's like, if anything, it's like omission, right? You just keep things to yourself. You keep thoughts to yourself, and you just say, "I don't want to do this," right? And that's it. You don't need to say any more than that. Just say, "Thank you very much, but unfortunately, this isn't an order I can take today. But hopefully in the future, we can, maybe one day we can have a chat." That's it. That's all you say.
I'm still really curious how they would have responded to.
Well, the thing is, though, a no
I don't think
is easier for someone to respond to than bringing up religious beliefs for people that might already have negative connotations about religious beliefs. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Here's...
I definitely agree with you. It could have been handled better. I'm just saying that there are people that.
But what I would say
simply
equally, right, is I don't
wouldn't
get
have.
the religious thing at all. Like, what I mean is, like what
Yeah,
I
I
mean
don't
is
either.
baking a cake to me, right, for someone for their wedding day, it wouldn't even twig to me. Do you know what I mean? If I was a religious person, I'd go,
Yeah.
what the hell? Like, it doesn't impact me.
Well, I mean, if you were a religious person, you wouldn't have these
that's
thoughts
what
you
I
have
mean.
now.
Like, do you know what I mean? But even if I was religious, right, baking
me,
a cake for me wouldn't be
where
I drew the line.
You see, I see where the woman is coming from. I definitely see where she's coming from. And I do agree that at the end of the day, like, what I'm trying to say here is I'm defending her right to refuse service. I agree with you on the fact that it's a pride cake. Like, I'm a gay Christian myself. Like, out of anyone here, I'm just going to say I'm a fucking contradiction. Because my religion says I'm an abomination.
About how you rationalize being Christian and gay, how you even do that.
Hate the sin, love the sinner. On top of that, God forgives all sins. All sins were already forgiven in the new covenant of the Bible, meaning that when Jesus Christ died, he was the final sacrifice, because in the Old Testament, it was literally a sacrifice of the first harvest.
Wait, Jay, does that mean I can't stone you because of the clothing you're wearing?
No, because literally he who is without sin should be casting the first stone, said by Jesus Christ himself. Again,
Yeah,
so
but I don't have
literally,
any sin.
Jesus Christ, the Son, or the embodiment of God in human form, died to be the last sacrifice to cleanse us of our sins, so that way we could once again be with God. Essentially meaning that, technically speaking, sin doesn't make us unclean anymore. We are
baby, I want
forgiven.
you to sin with me.
We merely just have to we merely have to ask God for that forgiveness, whether it be here or in heaven. We'd have to
Just
ask
name
the
the
hell
time,
out of
please.
me.
So
Forgive me, Daddy. I've been naughty.
shut the fuck up. So again, it's how I rationalize being a gay Christian is literally like the old covenant, which again in Leviticus it talks about how no man should be sleeping or to lay with another man, and how it is against the natural order of man's earth and of God's earth. In Leviticus, it also talks about how to own a slave. But let's not get into that, because we got into that last episode, and I
anyway,
also explained
back to the
how
lady, right? Okay.
technically...
What happened to her?
Yeah,
then?
back to the lady.
Right?
So not only did she get bashed online, she got taken to court. And in court, it was a discrimination lawsuit about how, you're not technically supposed to, as a business, discriminate against these people. However, she said, I'm not discriminating, I'm refusing service. And she, listed, I have the right to refuse service to anyone. It is a right that the government has given me.
Which is fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She quoted that. She also said, and the reason why the court asked her, why are you refusing service? She said, due to religious beliefs protected by the First Amendment. Again, the court was like, sounds about right. Why are you guys making this lawsuit against her? because she's discriminating against us. She just said that she isn't discriminating against you. Because we wanted a cake made by her, and she told us no. We are gay, we demand it. That, and I'm very much...
It's that attitude and the few type of people in the community, in
I'm very much
any community at all, that I despise.
I will say I'm very much simplifying their argument, but at the end of the day, the only two arguments that they presented were, she said no to us because we are a gay couple, and we posted pictures to, well, we sent her pictures in the order of what we wanted the cake to look like. And it was a cake that was literally decorated with several flags of the queer community, including a groom and a groom figurine on top.
Sounds fabulous.
It does. Honestly, that sounds like a lovely cake.
It really does.
And
But yeah, also, Jay, there's a very easy way to tell if someone's simplifying a lawsuit. It's when they don't describe the 5 years it takes.
no, so here's the thing. This started back in 2018. And it just now,
can I
like
just
in
say-
2023,
can I just say,
it
right, all of this
Yes.
Yeah.
over making a cake is ridiculous. Like,
No, she wanted the lawsuit to end because during the time that the lawsuit was going on, the Denver LGBT club started to hold arm-in-arm boycotts around the store and literally blocked people
see,
from
I
going in.
don't think that's
Delivery.
you need to do that. You know, I think, you know, like,
They were discriminated against.
Like
A Christian discriminated
like,
against them.
With this situation, it's like, at first it was just about making a cake. Like, she just didn't want to because it was against some kind of beliefs that she couldn't justify in her mind. She could have handled it better, sure, we can agree there. But after that, when they brought the lawsuit, at that point, it was no longer in her hands to end it or not.
It became the queer couple is just being
Yeah, you-
fucking
you
petty
don't need
at that
to-
point. Because they got told no,
you don't
they're throwing
need
a tantrum.
to do that, you know,
Like-
like you can, like, there are ways to handle things, right? Okay, and handle.
Like, she even told them of other
Yeah,
places
I mean,
that could do it.
look, you know, I get it, right? Up to a point, I get, like, it's their wedding day, and they obviously really like this person's stuff.
Well, I mean, hey, it was their wedding day,
Yeah,
but then a couple of years
No,
went
I
by
mean,
and they still
that
continued.
initial chat, right? Like, they've gone out of their way, okay,
Yeah.
to pick her up, right? Or this company, you know, which is
Yeah.
a nice thing, right? They obviously really like what this person does. On the flip side, though,
Yeah,
if you
it was
you
a
do
local
like
bakery.
what that person does, okay, maybe don't try and cause their store to shut down. Like, there are levels, right, of like response, okay? Like, my point earlier was, I don't
Yeah.
think, like, her escalation of things, right, when she was saying, I don't want to do the cake for you, the less petty thing to do would have been just to do the cake. You didn't need to write a response, okay, and say no and bring your religious beliefs out because you're over escalating it. But then
it
on
was
the
just-
flip
it was-
side, then these people are then over escalating it and making it worse. Do you know what I mean? It's like a climbing a ladder
Yes.
situation of like.
Yeah.
She stopped escalating it when like she tried to, like, her defense was literally like, I'm reserving my rights, and I don't know why y'all are doing this. Like, I gave y'all all of this. I just want to have my store. I believe this is my thing. I'm not hating you. I don't hate you. And at the end, she even said, at the end of the entire lawsuit, her only words were, I merely wished it
The
hadn't
worrying
happened.
thing as well, right, and the worst bit of it, is that you might have actually turned someone from being just kind of with their religious beliefs and kind of a day-to-day person
To someone who
Yeah, that's
genuinely
what I mean.
hates.
Whereas if,
Yes.
if
Yeah.
maybe
No.
you'd come at it from a slightly different angle, right, and had an actual conversation with her and said, like, look, you've emailed me this email, okay? I don't agree with you. Here's why. Will you please consider us again? Like, you know, please. Do you know what I mean? Like, and try.
Yeah. you'd be surprised how much can be
That's what I
solved
mean.
with a
Just
civil
little one.
conversation.
Like, especially on an individual level. Like sometimes, you need to be the fire and brimstone when you're dealing with the large government organisations, and you need to protest and you need to do this. But on an individual basis,
like, here's the thing:
talking to someone is a good idea.
And here's also the thing. Also, AFG, like, she technically was holding conversation. She said, due to my beliefs, I can't make this cake. That was effectively her going, I believe this, I can't do this. Please go to these other places, where they could have then responded further. Instead, they went, alright.
The funny part is, I personally looked up the other places in Denver that she was recommending. They were also family-owned stores, 2 of which were not Christian. One of them was actually a Pride bakery, which specialized in Pride cakes. And on top of that, all of the other places were cheap.
Yeah, but what I would say though, is if you are an expensive individual, you want the best place. And if she's charging the most, and you're looking at it from the outside, you're going to want the most expensive thing. So I totally get that. But what I'm saying is, if they've just spoken to this person, you never know, okay? They might have actually been able to just convince her. You know, like...
probably.
You know, it might have been a good opportunity, right, for both people to learn something new.
Yeah.
And that would have been a...
Like, they generally could have. But instead, they just went and burned the fucking bridge, cemented over the river, and salted her fields.
So here's the thing. In 2023, this is, like, I had kind of... Back in 2018, it was a big thing because it was all over the news about how this person is getting in a lawsuit just because she refused to make a cake for Pride because she's homophobic. And that's what the media was going off against. And I went in and I saw what was actually going on, and I was like, okay, this is fucking bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Like, the media will twist anything in any way to get more attention.
In 2023... it's resurfaced because it finally went to Supreme Court. The ordeal, the gay couple, they had already gotten married, and they had dragged it out so much so that it got the attention of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court justices ruled out she has the right to refuse service to anyone, regardless of race, gender, or sexuality. Businesses across the country have the right to refuse service to anyone, regardless. Which didn't need to be reiterated. It didn't need to be. The thing is that the gay couple, they dragged it out. They purposefully dragged her along and held on. And that is the exact type of person that I talk about when I say, these are the people I despise in my community. These are the people that complain about how equality and how it's systemic and how everyone is against the queer community. They're not. It's literally not even systemic. That right there is literally you're being an asshole. And you've gotten the United States court. You've gotten the courtroom to agree you are the asshole
here. I just
here.
think it, as I say, the whole thing is a really sad indictment, right? But what I mean is just rational, critical thinking. That's my one issue, right, with religion. Is sometimes I think it gets in the way of rational, critical thinking about things. If you're so dogmatic, right, about your belief system that you literally controls you to this level of degree, it does make me question kind of what's going on up here. I understand everyone's entitled to their beliefs, right, and their faith. It's a key important part of how you function. It's a key part of how modern society is developed. But
this could also have been a situation of where a gay couple walks up to a Jew and goes, "Eat the pork."
But you wouldn't.
Please eat the pork.
You know,
you must eat the pork.
You wouldn't eat the pork, would you? You know.
No. And then they drag you to court.
It'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
No, that's the thing though. Yeah. AFG, think of it like this. Essentially, in a lot of Christians' minds, in a lot of religious people's minds, be it Christians, Islamics, be it Jewish, be it Catholics, be it Hindus, Buddhists, we have our practices that we do day to day. These practices are a part of us as much as breathing, eating, sleeping. This is what we do. We believe in a higher being. We believe in a higher power. It is a part of us. It is a process of faith. Buddhism, I am a Buddhist Christian. I incorporate several parts of Buddhist meditation. I incorporate several parts of the Buddhist lifestyle into my Christian faith because, surprisingly, some of these tenets go hand in hand with each other. To be very mindful of
There's
oneself,
a lot of through
and
lines
to actually
in religion,
open yourself
similar,
up.
you know,
Yes.
aspects.
Now, when it comes to principles, think of it like this. If I was to rest on my principles, on my laurels, on to say, I am against this, my belief is against this, this is something I have been for the longest time, this as much a part of me as anything else. This is as much a part of me as eating, sleeping, breathing. This is a part of me. And I was to say, I'm not going to take a knife and stab it once. I'm then going to stop the bleeding by immediately redoing it, but you still stabbed it. It's still a wound. It's still a wound directly to that principle. It's almost it's hypocritical to say I am against this and truly believe you are against this thing, and then to pretty much support, even if it is merely by doing something for it, you're still supporting it by doing it. Even if you don't agree with something, say if you don't agree with war, but you become a soldier, can you understand? Like your principles aren't where they should be.
But, you know,
you're
you've
essentially
got
saying,
examples though, haven't you, of,
I am against...
like, conscientious objectors and things signing up for the war effort and being medics and, you know, not carrying a gun. But,
yes,
you know,
yes. However, even then, are they taking lives? They're technically standing by their principle of not adhering to war in the natural sense. They're actually trying to prevent war or trying to mitigate the damages that war causes. While still being against it, they're not partaking in true war.
Is there not like a line on this though, in relation to where do you draw the line, like being kind to another human being, right? There's a central tenet kind of Christianity and kind of, you know, love thy neighbor. And,
love thy neighbor as thyself.
You know,
correct.
baking a cake
Correct.
for someone, providing them with something, you know, with something to make them happy. Is that really compromising your Christian beliefs that much?
All right. Considering that, note, I say that in the New Testament is the new covenant of God. And even Jesus Christ says, should your hand cause you to sin, cut off the hand. That is not, I'm wanting to make very clear, he's not saying cut off your hands, people. If you're doing something with your hands, cut it off. No, he's literally saying if this entity is causing you like temptations to do this, or if this is causing you to stumble and fall, cut it out or do not go to it.
I get the metaphor thing. My point is,
you're,
it's a belief structure based on something that's quite historic. Would be my only thing, written by human hands, that are sometimes not fallible.
Yeah, like AFG. I understand. I do not like. I agree with you a large part. I do not understand the religious aspect of it, but I understand the people aspect there, how they come to this thought process and how they don't want to change their principles. I don't agree with the religious thing.
If you've got a principle,
in the end, AFG, hold on. In the end, this entire thing is effectively about someone doesn't want to do something. but they're being punished for not doing it.
I agree with all
despite
of
the
that.
fact
It's
they
just
don't
my
want to.
point is right. Is the a lot of people can hide behind belief, right, as a way to not do things.
Yes.
And I sometimes think that that's an
Yes.
easy way of getting out of something, right? And just
It
kind
can
of
be, yeah.
you,
But we'd have to read their mind. We
oh
have to read a lot of
exactly,
people's
and
minds
use it
to
as a
know the
shield,
difference.
right, for either doing bad things, and it's a slippery slope, right? Just always saying it's my beliefs, therefore I'm not going to act on something. Lots of things have been justified over the years, right, on the basis of it's against my beliefs, you know, and standing idly by, right, and not doing something just because it's my beliefs isn't,
So
I think, a legitimate enough reason sometimes not to stand up for things.
So
That's all I'm
AFG
saying. Like, you know.
Here's the funny part. I agree with you. I agree that sometimes beliefs can inherently cause you to be a bad person.
That's all I'm getting at.
It is a sad, unfortunate event that religion is probably the easiest way to control a large group of people to a,
Yeah, that's exactly
a
what I'm
particular
saying.
motive.
Yes.
You know.
I do agree, and I will also say, I believe I've talked about it several times on this podcast.
At the same time, though, if religion wasn't a thing, humanity would just find something else to control a
It
large
is
group of
why
people to do a bad thing.
I in part despise and love my religion. So I hate the large part of Christianity. I do believe that there is a God. I do believe that there is a higher power. And in terms of the Bible is probably one of the most well-preserved historic texts, because you can actually cross-reference the Bible to several other historic texts that aren't religious. And the Bible is, in a very scarily large part, a very historically accurate text. So much so that it is a very well referenced in atheistic papers in history. Even though it is a religious text, it is referenced in atheistic histories.
Yeah.
Even though they may not believe in a higher power, they can still recognize the Bible is historically accurate. So when people say it was written by a bunch of crazy people, like lunatics,
I'm not saying it was written by
disagree,
lunatics.
because
I'm saying that it was written by human hands, and human hands are not infallible. You know.
I understand. However, in terms of how people argue against the Bible, and I'm not going to, I promised myself that I would try and stay away from Christianity.
Well, we can
bit.
stop, to be honest with you, because
it is
I don't need to do the Christian.
No, I'm having fun right now. I'm having a bit of fun kind of doing this, because I get to both hate the people in my own religion while also like toting how my belief system is great. So here's the thing. I hate cultic Christianity. I hate Christians who read the tenets of the Bible and they read so much into the Old Testament, and they read so much of the Bible, and they become scholars of the Bible, that they then use old principles from a world long past in modern day situations. So much so to the point where all logical thought and thinking go out the window.
And this is what I'm
like
referring to, right? When I'm talking
agree.
about a lady not wanting to make a cake for someone.
No, like I said this earlier. I agree with your sentiment of the principle of people being against homosexuality is fucking ludicrous to me, because in terms of Christianity, Jesus Christ even said, love thy neighbor as thyself, hate the sin, love the sinner, and on top of that, literally said, through my blood you are cleaned, for it is forgiveness that I give you with my final breath. Thus saying, the old covenant is broken. We no longer have to go to the tabernacle and bring a burnt offering upon the priest to be forgiven
It's such
by
a shame, okay?
Yahweh.
I was getting my burnt offering ready to go, okay? I'd spent ages on it. Like, in the smoker, okay? Getting it ready. Like, I was really ready.
a burnt offering is essentially any type of incense or extremely valuable material such as wheat, burnable foods, essentially the first of the harvest. Surprisingly, here's the fun part, this is kind of funny to me because burnt offerings were normally the first of the harvest. If you don't do a lot of vegetable gardening, the first of the harvest is almost always the smaller or not as nutritious bits, which means that God in the Bible was literally saying, give me the stuff that isn't as good for you and that doesn't taste as good and that isn't really the best of the best. Give me that, so that way the rest of your harvest will be bountiful and will be better than what it should be, because you're giving me the worst of the harvest. Which, again, in the Bible, it's funny to me. I love that they did that, because it shows God, even though he was asking for a sacrifice, he was asking for the worst of sacrifices. So it's just funny to me. And along with that, so I hate when Christians in the Bible, they take the Bible and they take it word for word from old scripture, and they say, well, the old covenant and the new covenant are one and the same, because the old covenant, it's still true. We still must adhere to the old covenant. No. Jesus literally said himself, I am not here to break the old covenant. I am here to fulfill it. Meaning the old covenant, the old contract. Covenant literally is a direct translation to contract. The old contract that the Hebrews made with God is fulfilled. Therefore, the new covenant that we make with Jesus Christ, by accepting him as the Christ, the Son of God, or the Son of the higher power, is fairly much more generous, because it says, it is no longer the Jewish that are my chosen people, for whosoever believes in me shall come with me. It is no longer a principle of these are my chosen people, the world is my people now, and I have cleansed the world through my own blood, for I love all of my creation. And it then goes, and my own personal belief, my faith doesn't support me in this. I am trying my hardest to not look at what's going on.
Let me just say, for the benefit of our viewing public, I started, because I'd heard the word covenant multiple times, it made me want to start going, and then, you know, heretic,
From Halo.
heretic, like, so it made me immediately think of Halo. That's where my brain went.
Yeah.
So the thing is my religion doesn't really support me with this, but I do believe that in heaven, you see, God is my own personal belief is that
I
God
really
is a
thought you
loving
were going to
and
go
just
somewhere else
and
than that.
kind
I thought
God.
you were going to say something to the effect of, in heaven, the covenant is waiting for us, and you were going to start saying elites and grunts are going to welcome us to the pearly gates.
No. No. Who knows? It could be. I don't know. I've never been to heaven. Who knows? They could have Mickey Mouse at the front gate saying,
They won't have Mickey Mouse.
"Hi there, kids. Where's your golden ticket?"
He's there waiting for you with Winnie the Pooh.
Oh. No, but I genuinely believe that in heaven, God will be waiting for us and saying, hey, look, I'm not going to force your hand. You have a choice. You can come into heaven or go to hell. And here's the thing, the way how hell is explained in the Bible is very different from how people want it, from how my faith wants you to perceive it. You see, it is said that the rapists and murderers and those who do evil will be thrown into the lake of fire and brimstone, along with the demons and Satan himself. It is said that the murderers and rapists, along with the demons and Satan, will go into the fire and brimstone.
Just one
But
thing. This is
it
what
describes hell.
Okay, on the Disney side. When you get a minute to listen to this.
Yes, Winnie the Pooh.
yeah.
I know of that. I've seen that. So, the thing is that hell is described as a place pretty similar to Earth. But it is a place where God has completely removed himself from, where he no longer has any influence. He no longer has any partake in existence. It's essentially a place where you can live for eternity or continue for eternity, whether that be an eternal void of nothingness, where there is no warmth, no comfort, nothing. It is just nothingness. Or it could be...
Wait, Jay, question.
Yes.
Would we have any memory of our lives when we went to hell, to this hell?
Possibly. Who knows? It literally
Here's
just
the thing.
says it.
If it turns out we wouldn't have any memory of our lives, and let's say we were born in
It's
this
essentially
hell.
reincarnation, which means that this could be hell right now, and we're just
Yeah.
living all of our
We're
lives.
in
over and
hell,
over again.
baby! God's left us.
So here's the thing. That's the thing. In the Bible, it says that God will create a new world for people to live upon in his heaven, which is essentially a place where it is the new Garden of Eden, a new Jerusalem, where New Jerusalem will be ruled by God and his chosen, meaning the 12 apostles, along with God himself, literally deciding, hey, these are the people who are here to help you. And essentially, God is creating a place for us in heaven. That doesn't mean he's creating a new world for each of us. I'm not going full Mormon. I'm not going I'm not going into Joseph Smith. I'm not going that way. No. It literally says that there's a place for us in heaven being made by Jesus Christ, or being made by God. God is making room for us, saying, you will have a place with me by my side, in a place that is filled with my spirit to comfort and warm you. Now, a lot of people take this as being, there will be no pain, there will be no sadness, there will be no sorrow, there will be no tears, there will be no anger, there will be no fear in heaven. No. There will be no sin in heaven. Meaning, you can pretty much, it doesn't, also a lot of Christians say, oh, we'll just be praising Jesus in everything that we do. We'll be singing songs and being a part of his choir. Here's the fun part. Worship is defined as anything you do as a means of honor. Essentially being, I could be cooking, and as long as I am doing it for this purpose, I am doing it in worship of this purpose. So essentially, if I am to be cooking, I'm essentially worshiping God, which is kind of fun in terms of definitions. And in the Bible, hell is, again, proclaimed as a place that is God's spirit is taken away. His influence is taken away.
What if you're
He has no
fucking?
control over that aspect anymore. How is that
Well,
sinful?
I'm saying, what if you're like having a freeway? Is that sinful?
How is that sinful?
Well, I'm
How is
just
that
wondering.
sinful?
To a lot of Christians, it would be, right? Out of matrimony and that kind of stuff, like, you know. It's so you know,
so
where's
here's
the
the
line, right?
So here's the fun part. So you know how in the Bible it says,
Yes.
until death do us part, shall
Yes.
our souls be intertwined through marriage? You see, love is not exclusive to one
Oh, there you
person
go.
within heaven. So therefore, because the souls are intertwined to create one through marriage, that is how it is no longer sinful. Again, sin is clean.
So what you're telling me is let the grand heaven orgy begin.
Sure. As long as it is done through worship.
This sounds like some sort of bad
Essentially.
D&D,
You
like religious temple.
I am fucking in the
that's
name of the
happening
Lord.
right now. It's
I'm fucking in the name of the
Hey,
Lord.
Jesus approves.
Essentially, for God so loved the world that he gave
God,
his
that
only
was
son.
horrendous. Right, just quickly, it is now 2:30 a.m. in the UK.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's 4:48, and it will take me 16 hours to render this shit.
When do you want me to hit the old, like, have we got a sign-off that we do?
Alright, so everyone, please just know, this entire thing, is it going to be offensive to some people? Yes, obviously. I'd be insane if I thought it wouldn't be. However, I do want everyone to be aware. These are our thoughts and opinions. Most of these facts are probably going to be heavily biased by our own personal beliefs and ideologies. So I implore each and every one of you who find something to kind of be off about something, go look up the facts for yourself, just to be certain that either one, we are unbiased, or two, that our biases aren't being
Oh, we might not
reflected
know what the
onto
hell
you.
we're talking about.
That way,
Yeah, like
Or-
for example, I didn't know I had a parliament till today.
I didn't know everything. I didn't know that the Norse had a massive control over England. I only thought it was only a York. So the more you know. So
Now, we
everyone,
were really good at that control. And everything would have been great had the English just accepted it and not attacked us on a religious holiday.
So, wow, that's a fucking okay. Hey, I see America. Anyway, so everyone, just know, like I said, these are our own thoughts, ideas, and opinions. A lot of the facts are probably going to be covered by heavy biases, so look some of these things up for yourself. I implore you, do not look to us for world news, because we're going to be biased. Look up the facts for yourself. Don't go to
And we're
Fox.
also
Don't
gonna
go
be
to.
very much behind on this.
Oh yeah, very much so. I've been wanting to talk about this F-35 for a month now.
Yep. Oh, by the way, AFG, I just want to make it clear. I largely agree with everything you said regarding the cake thing. I just like playing devil's advocate
Same
and,
here.
and
I
trying to
don't,
argue things from the other perspective.
Same here.
Oh,
I know, I'm saying
okay.
this for their
Like,
sake,
I'm not that
not.
bothered
Ouch.
either way. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
No, I agree
Yeah.
with you on she should have just fucking made it, but at the same time, I can see her perspective, because she's following a notion that a lot of fucking Christians have, which again, it really fucking annoys me that they have this idea in their head that we're still following the old covenant, and it really pisses me off. But away from
At
that,
the end of the day, I'll defend anyone's right to just not give a shit, or anyone's right to not do something they don't want to do.
yeah.
no. So everyone,
I mean, hey, if
like
that
I
turns
said,
out they don't want to jump in the water to save the puppies, sure. If they don't want to do it, they don't want to do it.
like I said, everyone, look up the facts for yourself. We're a bunch of assholes just talking about nonsense, and this is going to be a massive episode. And by the way, everyone,
Oh, yeah.
in
A
our
$5
next D&D campaign, tune in for a return of an old friend known as Fur. If you don't know who that is, it was one of my old characters. So, Blue, Corgi, Severn, Corey. Fur's coming back for a cameo appearance in the next session. Bye-bye, everyone. All right, let's
It's been
stop.
wonderful having you all here today.
Well,
Actually,
thank
any
you for
closing
having
words?
me. You know, I enjoy a nice chat with people, to be honest with you. Like, it's nice to.
You want to join us next time while we shit on
Why are
Turkey?
you shitting on Turkey? What specifically have they done to you recently?
I don't know yet. We'll figure
They
it out
fucked
along the
wolves.
way.
All right, let's
I'll
stop.
be the same.